Looking again at the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This is the day of the IESF in Bali. So, we've been through a lot of excitement in day 1 and day 2. The competitions between countries around the world is increasingly becoming more competitive and a lot of action here. So today we have 5 different games category that will be played, like eFootball 2023, CSGO, Mobile Legends, Dota 2, and also Tekken 7. So before that, I remind you to follow our social media so you can see live updates, see match schedule and result on the IESF Instagram, IESF_officials, and also garudaku.ac. Before we go watch today's match, here's the some recap day 1 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This recap is dedicated to you guys, so enjoy the show.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Stopo, as your fellow host. So right now, I'm in a Dewa United booth. As you can see behind me, this is a RV car. You know what? Dewa United is the first esports team that have this RV car. In RV car, you can play PS5 games like Tekken, eFootball, and not only that, you can bring your friend here to play 5 vs 5 PUBG Mobile and Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And of course, if you want to get into the RV car, you can see all the trophies and the jersey owned by Dewa United. And if you want to get the same polo shirt like me, you can go to the Dewa United booth because there is a lot of merchandise. There is a lot of cool stuff like jersey, t-shirt, jogger pants, and anything. You can see and you must visit it. And later at 4:30 p.m. GMT +8, we will having a 2 vs 2 challenge with Rizky Faidan from Bali United and Romi Hadiwijaya. So if you are the eFootball player and if you want to play 2 vs 2, you visit Dewa United booth.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting louder, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the Day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy! another booth tomorrow. So stay tuned and cheerio.
Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger
Okay, so here we have Gabian for Onyx Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for eSport Indonesia?
E-sport Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya di maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all.
sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport, tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan
for
kesehatan.
this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking. Salam esports.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garudaku Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya, strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu, mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardians sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain gitu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Iya.
Nah, sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan
Oke.
juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh, I
gitu. Jadi mereka
see.
memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksebisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta.
Oh,
Kita akan
wow.
bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu
iya,
kan.
benar.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF.
Oke.
Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak, Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Yuk. Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngeri-ngeri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong? Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh, ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba, Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
So today we have Philippines that will be competing in Mobile Legends in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
In this match against Slovenia?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're very satisfied with our we're very satisfied in this match versus Slovenia. But in EVOS, I think we still have some things to work out.
Okay. So what is your key factor to help you to win in this match versus Slovenia?
Key factor.
Ano key factor?
Factor. What's the key factor?
The key factor is we work together.
Yeah, we use our UB strategy.
Yeah.
Do you think there are things that you can make improvement for the better match?
More practice. Yeah, and adjust on cell phone use.
So you will facing other country in your next match, Vietnam, right? So will you use the same strategy?
Yeah, we still have more strategies we're not showing yet. We're gonna show it in our next match. Yeah.
So what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
Biggest challenge. I think our biggest challenge is adjusting to the phones and the comms, because the comms is delay and the sound is very weak, and I think the biggest adjustment is the phone because we use iPhone in our country.
So how confident are you to win this competition?
How confident are you in this?
100%
Confident.
Yeah, 100%.
So this is the last question. Who is the top enemy in this competition?
We think
I think Indonesia and Cambodia, Malaysia. Yeah.
Cambodia and Malaysia.
They are competitive.
So okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for you all this competition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pilipinas, lakad matatag.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Philippines.
Thank you. Support Philippines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can creating your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih, terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
So the next question is who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih, cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang, terus udah gitu semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessia.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas, membaca tuntas, hanya di detik.com.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron?
Sí, estamos contentos y conformes.
Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us and trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make. For sure.
So even you have won this match, do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales.
¿Cómo que, por ejemplo?
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
There are always things to improve, not only in the macro game but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarlo.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals, so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for all of my questions. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you.
Again at the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This is the day of the IESF in Bali. So, we've been through a lot of excitement in day 1 and day 2. The competitions between countries around the world increasingly becoming more competitive and a lot of action here. So today we have 5 different games category that will be played, like eFootball 2023, CSGO, Mobile Legends, Dota 2, and also Tekken 7. So before that, I remind you to follow our social media so you can see live updates, see match schedule and result on the IESF Instagram, IESF_officials, and also garudaku.ac. Before we go watch today's match, here's the some recap day 1 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This recap is dedicated to you guys, so enjoy the show.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
and gentlemen, welcome back to IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Give some noise! Yeah! Alright, so let me introduce myself. My name is Brenda Kwan and I'm so glad to be a part of this event, especially for the air stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday last match, the winner belongs to Turkey, and I believe you can wait to see who will be the winner for the first match. But before that, let me share some information that the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022. And this is an annual celebration of the country esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBESI, with the goals to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brand, communities, and media in the country. And also over 600 international athletes, 106 country, and over 596 offline matches. And this is the most nationalities competing offline. And this is also the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia. And in Merusaka, Nusa Dua Bali, we have 4 thematic stages. There has Earth stage, Air stage, which is here, Ice stage, and Fire stage. And we have 6 games. There has CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and also Tekken 7. And especially for CSGO, there is not only a CSGO male, because we also have the first CSGO female tournament in this year. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also gamers, today is the day for the first match between UAE versus Spain. Now, without any further ado, I would like to invite the team. Please welcome to UAE. Yo, bro! Okay, so we are going to invite the team who will battle against the team UAE. Please welcome and give big round of applause to Team Spain. Yo, bro, how are you? You're very good, right? So, to all of you, are you ready to be a winner?
Yeah, try our best for sure.
But you have to answer me with spirit. More louder your sound is more. You have more chance to be a winner. Okay, so are you ready to be a winner?
Yeah, for sure.
Of course. And you, are you ready to be a winner?
Yes.
Of course. So to all players, you can go to your, have a little setting, but before that you have to do the handshake first as a sign of sportivity, right? So you can go to your place and do the setting before you do the match. And to all of you, you can come inside. Oh, you like to be side on me, yeah? I like it also. Okay, so I believe you cannot wait to see who will be the winner of the first match. So without any further ado, I would like to pass this session to our casters there. There has our amazing caster. It's Vierita Catalano and also Stuart Wesley. To the casters, are you ready? Yeah! To all casters, please take it away!
Juan, thank you very much, Brenda. It's a pleasure sharing the stream with you. Welcome, Wesa. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What an intro that was. That brought the hype. You know, bearing in mind we're getting into the latter stages. That brought the hype there, and we're in a completely different place.
Incredible place. Just behind us is the Earth stage, so you will be able to see where we are. We are in the wild today.
Yeah,
with the sea at our back also.
It's a brand new habitat for us. We're having to, you know, we've been at the fire stage for the first 3 days of the competition. Now we're at the air stage. You can see why. Open air in the back, fantastic for us to view.
And if you're wondering where we are at wonderful Indonesia. We are at Bali for the 14th World Esports Championship here from the International Esports Federation. We are today with a very special bracket because we have the lucky losers bracket, as we called it yesterday. In other words, today is the last chance for all of these guys. They need to win or go home.
It is in the last chance saloon, as we saw the United Arab Emirates versus Spain is going to start us off here. And we also have, of course, coming up later on is Brazil versus Japan. That's going to be an interesting tie. And of course, we've got, like we said, we've got a final four to try and get through to that last spot. Of course, for those of you who are, you know, have followed this tournament throughout, we went off air yesterday, the last game we saw, which was Brazil versus Turkey. Turkey just edged it on penalties. Again, in terms of the other teams that have qualified, it's Iraq, it's Saudi Arabia,
it's Argentina,
it is Turkey, and of course it's Argentina and Ray Molina. So we've got a whole lot of things to talk about, but of course, as we always do, as we always have to mention why we're all here and how we've all got here, and again, all of the investment and sponsorship that has gone with it. In terms of the esports, or the IESF 14th World Esports Championship, it's supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and Kony. And of course, thank you to all of our sponsors, the JHL Group, the JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DIS, Gungdan Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndyHome, Telkomsel, Hin, the Episode Hotel, of course the Merosaka, Nusa Dua, as you can see behind us, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, Lemon ID, of course, is our production. And then in terms of our media partners that we've cooperated with as well, you've got Net TV, Trans2Ju, Deticom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Meta Putir, Bola Score, and Kami Biak. And I've got that in one go today.
It's great
Brilliant.
It's great to be grateful with those that help us bring this kind of show together. You know, this is an amazing show. The atmosphere is really, really big, and you know, we are starting to get near to the grand finals.
Yeah, and you can feel the tension and the quality is heating up.
Yes,
you know, again, the game that we've got on first on the deck, United Arab Emirates versus Spain. We saw both of these teams on stream. If you remember, if you cast your minds back to day one, we had Spain versus Thailand. What a game that was! And of course, we're looking at the prize pool here as well, $25,000.
25 grand. So $12,000 will be for the winner. $8,000 would be for the second, and $5,000 would be for the third place. So it's an amazing prize pool, and this is why today they want also to come by, because you know, some of these players are professionals, some are not, but all of them would give that money a great use. So
yeah,
this is the tournament format.
Yeah, and as you can see, we're kind of almost, if you can imagine it, just like an individual line between the final play-in and the play-in. You can see that there should be like a little line there for the lucky losers, or at least the last eliminator, as it were. And of course, you can see our regional champions in Serbia and Mexico. You can see our host Indonesia are going to be coming in at that main stage. And of course, with those other four teams that I mentioned who qualified now, it means there's one final chance and there's one final slot, and it will come from this group today.
Right now, we are at that slight line in the middle, and this is our schedule for today. We will start with two great players, UAE versus Spain. Jose is a former European champion, so he's a great player. He played for very important clubs in the club stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, it was kind of a surprise to see Brazil and Spain in this tournament, at this stage, having lost a game. So here we are with the head-to-head. This is Jose from Spain. This is the UAE player that we had on stream.
Yep, we've also seen him against Djibouti, of course. Kind of almost ran rampant, but you know, speaking to players around the venue and speaking to players as we do on and off stream, you know, we talk about players, and we've seen the head-to-head stats here, and that 47 goals might be almost a bit of a false kind of stat, because it seems to be a little bit kind of padded by those 20 goals that we saw against Djibouti. So although you know,
But look at the shots.
I know. So in terms of the shots, you can see just how many Jose, and you can see how many shots on target they go as well. So we'll see whether UAE can match that volume of shooting. Can they match that volume of finishing? Can they find that power? Because I would imagine, knowing Spain and Jose and that type of play style as we do, it will be possession based. It will keep the ball. It will be defensive. It will, let's just hold the ball and make sure that we can take this on and make this happen. But of course, as you said, Spain and Brazil at a final eliminator stage, it's not something you would have predicted, especially with what we saw with Brazil versus the Netherlands as well.
And also, when this tournament started, if I told you that we will only have or Spain or Brazil at the final competition, you will say, no, you're lying.
Yeah.
But it will be that way. It's just place for one. We only have place for one. So I want you to tell us in the chat, in the YouTube, in the Twitch, who do you think is going to pass. So this is the first match. We're still playing best of 3. And I think it's right to penalties.
Yes. So from what we saw yesterday, we can see Barcelona versus Barcelona to start us off with. So you can see that there's kind of a little bit of balance between those two teams. And again, we spoke about this kind of over the last 2 or 3 days, or the 2 or 3 days of broadcast, is that it kind of gives you more of an idea of it's going to be down to the players behind the sticks. Yes, and who can utilise that team better.
Yes, that's true.
And I think looking at the way that these two teams will set up, I can imagine there'll be a very similar play style between the two. I'll be interested to see whether UAE come out as kind of all guns blazing, or do they kind of take a moment to try and take a breath in as we see the lineups flashing up on your screen.
And also remember that I was speaking with some of the players. They say that they miss some substitution. Sometimes there are tournaments where you have 5 substitution brackets, and I think here they're playing with 3.
Yeah, well, in terms of even your own play, when you're playing the game, you're so zoned in and focused that sometimes you even forget, oh, I've got additional substitutions, or I've got subs that I need to use. So in some games where we've seen absolutely no substitutions, it may just be a case that they have completely forgot. As you can see, a very tight 4-3-3 on your left-hand side of your screen and the 3-5-2 on your right. And if I cast my memory back, I remember it was Jose that was playing 3-5-2 against Thailand. So I would imagine that it will be the UAE from left to right, and it will be Spain from right to left. We'll see if I'm proved right with that little prediction.
But before,
of course, we've got to make sure controller settings. We've got to make sure everything's okay. We've got to make sure that everything is as pinpoint as spot on, because as you said, with a prize pool on offer, with all of these things that you need to make sure all of the settings are correct. You need to make sure everything is absolutely where it needs to be.
Especially when we have players of this caliber,
Absolutely, indeed. As we see, it is the UAE from left to right in the white, and it is Spain from right to left in the traditional red and blue of Barcelona. So here is Dembele. Dembele forward to Pedri.
So let's see who can impose his game first. And also, in this game, we will see which is the reality of the UAE. Is it the 15 goals per match, or is it another thing? Well, we'll know for now.
We'll certainly find out here as ball is won back by the UAE, but again, it's quickly dispossessed by Spain. Is Ousmane Dembele. To make a bit of a gap down the right-hand side. He turns and double touches, and
is it a corner or a penalty?
Well, we'll fight to find out. It looked to be right on the edge, or it may have been called back for the advantage. No, it is. It's right on the edge of the box. So very, very close indeed.
Very dangerous.
Spain have a very good position here in prime real estate. Whether they can make it count or not is a totally different thing entirely, but there's players that can make it count. It'll be Spain. Head at ball goes into the box, and it's.
I was talking with a player I will not name, and when he was telling me about the substitution, I said, you know what? I know that this team needs 5 substitution because with 3 is not enough. They lost a lot of stamina, and I said, but you can change the team.
Quickly, goal in. Oh, it's in. Pedri with the assist, and Memphis Depay will sweep it away, and that is first goal to Spain.
So I said, you can change teams. And he said, yeah, but I train with this team.
Yeah.
I cannot use another one because I don't know if I won't be able to train this team in one day.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes a lot more to master a team's gameplay and DNA, as we see here that Spain have taken the lead and they're looking to assert control early. And if you talk about masters and if you talk about players that know the game and players who know how to win matches, there's none better at the moment in the world of eFootball or in eFootball esports than it would be Jose. Just came up very unluckily short in a penalty kick situation against Saudi Arabia yesterday, but finds himself here today, but finds himself a goal up, which is good news if you're a fan of Spain.
Yes, of course, and with a good game. I think it's not by chance that this match is 1-0 in favor of Spain. If you are just tuning in, we are Weza from the UK, Fierita Catalana from Argentina, here at the International Esports Federation Championship. We are looking for the last finalist for this eFootball competition. This is the loser bracket, but these guys ain't losers at all. They are
indeed.
great players.
Not indeed. As I said yesterday, it is a bit of a shark tank. Here's Dembele. Tries to double touch around the goal, the defender. Its ball is poorly given away there, and Depay makes the shot, and keeper makes the save. And again, those are the types of errors you can't really afford at this stage of the competition.
So this is Jose from Spain. We are at game 1. We're playing best of 3.
He's looking to be tricked into the boxes. Lewandowski's just over the bar.
He could get the header, he connect, but it was a little bit too high, and that's why this match is 1 for Spain, 0 for the UAE.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity from the corner there, and again, Spain will be disappointed they didn't put that one away. Here's Dembele looking down the wing here. Nice little dummies and super cancels just to, again, create that gap, create that energy. But again, good piece of play there by Pedri just to lure PK in for the foul. As Memphis Depay stood over the free kick. What can he bring to the party here? And a little bit of trickery. Header into the box. Great save from the goalkeeper.
Header.
Ball is not cleared though. Memphis Depay falls to Frankie de Jong. De Jong, good save from the goalkeeper. It is all Spain at the moment. UAE need to find something here.
So I think we're starting to see the level between these two. It seems favorable to Jose. UAE resists based on his goalkeeper abilities.
Ball into the box, headed just across goal. Any touch there, and it would have took it into the back of the net. But the UAE survive again for another time. But again, if you are a fan of the UAE, if you are supporting the UAE, it's only one goal. You only, as we've seen over the course of a couple of days,
it's a lot more of one goal.
Oh, of course. And again, against a player of Spain's caliber, against Spain's play style, it's going to be difficult to fashion any opportunities. But the opportunities you're going to need to take on, you're going to need to
keeps
put
attacking.
away.
He knows that one goal is a very small difference. He keeps attacking. He's looking for the second one. Will it come? Well, you will see it, my friends. Here we are with Weza in Bali, wonderful Indonesia. International Esports Federation tournament. More than 100 countries competing against each other. And here's Pedri. He does the roulette. Kevin de Jong.
It's given away. Here's Lewandowski on the charge. Ferran Torres is trying to make some inroads for the UAE, but
it's difficult for them. They can barely pass the midfield.
Yeah, it's a tough ask, but bearing in mind there is a best of 3 here, don't forget. So even if the worst happens for the UAE and they lose this game, they have 2 more to try and recover. As the ball gets dispossessed in midfield, is Pedri. Pedri to De Jong. De Jong to Depay. Depay over to Ansu Fati. Nice dummy.
Not losing his patience.
Done very well there. Ansu Fati pulls the strike.
Nice one.
Pulls the trigger.
Nice one. I like when they go out of the script, because the script here says crossing. It may be an air crossing. It may be a crossing to
You have to have
the middle.
You have to have multiple plans in this game. You can go aerial, you can go on the ground. It's just your choice of almost picking your poison as the ball goes into the box, and ter Stegen will take that clear. It's a long throw downfield, looking for Memphis Depay. Here's Lewandowski. And ball is given away once more. Spain again on the attack here. And as we close in on the first half of this first game, again, it appears to be Spain in almost complete control. Here's Memphis
So he's
Depay.
looking for the second goal.
He may just be. Double touches inbound. And Kesse just about gets free and gets the ball clear. And that will be half-time with the last opportunity there. It is half-time, so 1-0 to Spain.
1-0 is not much.
I think if you're looking at it from Jose's perspective, or if you're looking from Spain's perspective, they'll be pretty happy with that. They've taken the lead, they've imposed their will, they've imposed their game plan, and as we said before, you can always take players out of their game plan with playing your game plan better than they can. And if you can kind of lure them into playing a game style that you're happy with, then you've already kind of almost won.
I think
it's going to be for the UAE to kind of break out of that cycle and try and do something different here.
The score doesn't show what we've seen on the first half. We've seen total domination from Jose, but he's just one goal ahead.
He is, yeah. And here's Robert Lewandowski. It's Christensen that clears that one away. Is Frankie de Jong in towards Robert Lewandowski. Busquets wins it back, and here's Ansu Fati, though.
He keeps fighting for this goal. He wants the second one.
He does, certainly, as Ansu Fati dribbles in, but Frank Kessi's there to meet him once more. So, again, you can see that using Lewandowski as a bit of a point man there, as we said before, you're going to have to impose and get a little bit of an opportunity. But you can see from UAE's gameplay, because they haven't had a lot of the ball, I believe it was 70% we saw flash up in the left-hand corner. It's almost a rush. Once you have the ball, they're rushing, but you can see here Depay tries to make the pass, but
that was very important, that cross.
It's that panic that's almost set in. It's the well, if I haven't got the ball, I need to do something with it the minute I get it. Instead of controlling the ball, calm down a little bit and just collect yourself.
But I think that the cause of that may be that the UAE player knows that there is a level gap between them.
Potentially, yes. And again, if you are used to dominating your opponent, if you're used to being aggressive, if you're used to having a lot of the ball, once that ball is taken away from you, it's pretty hard to take. I mean, as you see Dembele.
And also, how important it is to find a level of an opponent with your level. Because, you know, when we saw that match from the UAE with the 20 goals, we never thought that that player may be so much playing the defense as in this case.
Yeah, he's certainly having to keep the walls from the door. There are certainly men in the box that are looking to profit for Spain. As the ball gets tipped out, it's back to Frankie de Jong. He dummies. Kessie takes him down. Nothing given by the referee. And it is cleared away by Memphis Depay. But you can see here, bottom of your screen, there's white shirts that are starting to fly forward. Here's Memphis Depay. But equally, with those white shirts flying forward, there is also blue and red shirts that are flying backwards too.
And you know, the thing that it's only 1-0, it thinks that he cannot relax because perhaps in just one ball, his advantage may be over.
Indeed, as you can see, a little bit of an opportunity there. As you can see, Pedri. You see Ansu Fati, double touch round the edge of the box. He makes that opportunity and it gets closed very quickly. Here's Kessie. It's cleared away by Busquets. And Bali. It's just, again, just the more that ball is surrendered by the UAE, the more Spain have opportunity to press. But with that pressing, they need to be careful. Please don't forget as well, if there is an equaliser here, if it does go to a draw, then this will go straight to a penalty shootout for game one. But again, at the moment, it looks to be all Spain. It looks like it's almost... Yes, but Jose knows what job needs to be done, and it's just getting on with it.
Yes, but do you know what? When you have just one goal in advantage, you are really in danger because it needs just 3 touches to get an equalizer.
Well, there's 1 touch, there's 2 touch, there's 3 touch. You may have just called it into fruition. Memphis Depay, corner ball.
See?
I'm going to have a chat with you
See?
about trying to predict the future. This is getting too eerie for me. But as you can see, changes now starting to kind of come in a little bit. Left-hand side of your screen, you'll see UAE. Right-hand side, you will see the changes from Spain. You can see it's, as you can see, as you've mentioned, so quick that these changes are made that you kind of have to take stock of them. So you can see here, as I'm trying to just wait for passages to show here, you've got Rafinha, who has came onto the field, Gavi has come onto the field, and Ferran Torres has come onto the field for Spain, whereas on the opposite side, Gavi and Rafinha are the only guys who have came on. But interestingly, you look at the stamina gauge on the left-hand side for the UAE. Midfield is starting to get a little bit tired. Gavi's now come on, as you can see, Pedri's stamina's drained, but Memphis Depay and Lewandowski still have over 3 quarters.
But you know what? When you watch the clock, the match clock, if you are Spain, you say, okay, it's almost finished. I had a lot of control. I'm okay. If you are the UAE player, you say, I still have time. It's just one goal that I need to go to the penalties. And this may once again change everything. So this match is far away from being closed.
It is indeed. It's delicately poised. And as we see Frenkie de Jong lining up the corner for the UAE, as we said, around about 60 to 70 minutes is that kind of magical period where changes will make the change. And Naki Pena in goal for Spain, or for the Spain and for their version of Barcelona. So interestingly, they went away from Marc-Andre ter Stegen in their goal. Again, interesting choices of lineups here. But again, as we say, uniform stats. These players will be looking at a granular level as to how many differences they can make, as Gavi looks to just stretch the play down the right-hand side. It's back towards Sergio Busquets. Gets dispossessed by Lewandowski. Here is Memphis Depay, and here's Gavi. Neat little pirouette in the middle. Here's Lewandowski once more. To Gavi. To Lewandowski. And it's nudged away by Gavi. And as you can see, bottom of your screens as well, polar opposites in terms of their attacking biases right now. You can see that UAE are trying to push the issue. You can see that Spain are happy to play a little bit more defensively, which kind of lends itself to almost when you referenced it about 1-0 being the perfect scoreline, this would be it. It would be you've scored, you've taken control of the game, but it can go away from you at any time.
It's too dangerous.
It is. We always say that the second goal within eFootball is always vital. That's if they're required, because of course you can game manage it. I would, knowing Spain as I kind of do, you would expect there to be some type of game management here, or it might just be a case that they just go, we'll just keep playing because we're in control.
Yes, and he can also be waiting for a counter-attack,
He could certainly.
Because
here's Depay, Lewandowski, in towards Gavi. Gavi back to Lewandowski. That's that one type of opportunity you were talking about, Benito.
He's walking a tight rope.
He is indeed. It's delicate. It's finely poised here. As you can see, another corner for
I think this
UAE.
ball, it's key for the match.
It is indeed. There's only 6 minutes left. You see flashed up in your left-hand side of your screen. Spain with 64% possession. The UAE with 36. So you can see who has had the lion's share of possession, who's had control.
That foul was a beginner foul.
It's a silly foul to give away, especially. I mean, you see them in real football all the time.
Yes.
You see, silly fouls that are given away in places where players are not in danger, or players are not going to, do anything, silly.
No, and you're attacking, you're near, you're knocking on the door, and then you do this foul, and you know what? Now you lend the ball to your opponent, everything resets, the clock will be harder to climb once again.
Absolutely.
So let's see what happened here. We are at game 1, and for now it's winning for Spain.
Yeah, you can see right-hand side of your screen, man marking being employed. So
Yes.
trying to negate what is happening here. As you can see the changes for the UAE on the left-hand side of your screen. It's gone to more of a 4-2-4. As you'll know as well as I do from football games in the past, it's a very nice formation to play. It's a very attacking formation, though, which shows the intent. But is it too little too late? As we see, UAE have now gone to all-out attack, meaning that defenders will be going forward as well. So you can see that they're just trying to create a little bit chaos, and that sometimes is all you need.
Whoa!
Speaking of chaos,
mistake.
Lewandowski across to Depay, and that's what we talk about with absolute chaos. One mistake in one goal, all you are required, and now all of a sudden, this takes a completely different complexion.
There's also a saying, los goles que no haces en tu arco los goles que no haces en el arco contrario los verás en el tuyo. The goals you don't make on your rival goal, you're gonna see them on yours.
Absolutely.
And this is exactly what happened. Jose had great possession, great opportunities, but he didn't close the match. And now he will suffer in the penalty kicks, or he will try once more.
He might just, or there may just be one more chance for the UAE as the ball looks to go through. Sergio Busquets is dispossessed by Memphis Depay. Here's Robert Lewandowski to Rafinha, to Gavi, to Rafinha. Rafinha looking forward, and it's just gone away, and it's Rayed who will take it forward to Pedri. Not long left on the clock here, and we're looking at injury time of 2 minutes added time.
That's nothing.
That's nothing. It's probably one opportunity in the world of eFootball. This chance may just fall to Spain, but it's cleared away. Will he get it over halfway? And he will, as UAE look to counter-attack. This could be the last opportunity of the game, and the pass goes a little bit wayward. And now we're on to penalty kicks.
Will be
enacted, I believe, for what we can see today. As of course you can see on your screens, both players do have obviously coaches that are with them. They're able to obviously talk to them kind of during ends of games, so you'll be able to hear kind of or see that people are there to be able to try and give advice, but it's very hard advice to give, especially when you're in penalty shootouts.
Spain shooting in the white shirts?
No, it's the UAE shooting in the white shirts, and it's 1 goal for UAE. So UAE take the standing start here, and they have taken a 1-goal lead. Here is Robert Lewandowski.
Now is Spain, excuse me.
Now this is Spain against UAE, and it is another goal. So 1-1 as it stands, finally poised. You can see, as it, for guys at home, if you're playing locally at home, you'll do the exact same thing that we would do, which is turning away from your opponent. Here's Rafinha, 2-1. You kind of, as you said before, you kind of like hide yourself behind the couch, and that's exactly what these guys are doing here, because they're making sure that there's no type of way that each player will know how each other is shooting. Here is Rafinha. Oh, it's hit the post. What a miss that is. And it's advantage the UAE.
Yeah, and I think that now perhaps Jose is thinking about all the opportunities he missed during the match.
Oh, it's just got past the hand of the goalkeeper. And that is 3-1 to the UAE.
That's a lot.
Well, it certainly could be even more here. If Pedri can't find the back of the net here. Pedri steps up. He finds the back of the net. Brilliant penalty there. So again, we talk about opportunities, and it only needs one. It only needs one save or one miss. Here is Robert Lewandowski. Striker supreme. And he's missed. So this could be the avenue back into the penalty shootout that Spain desperately need.
He needs to make this one.
He needs to make this one to really...
He really makes this shoot special.
Here's Ferran Torres, saved by the goalkeeper. And this is almost... well, this certainly is game point. This is game point for the UAE. Here's Gavi up against Inaki Peña.
If it's goal, it's
a save.
Whoa,
there we go.
Whoa.
Now again, to further complicate this, if Spain need to score this to take it to sudden death.
Yes, he needs this penalty. If he misses, UAE keeps the game.
Yeah,
if he makes
Gavi,
sudden death.
Gavi, oh no! Well, it's a Freudian slip. I saw a hand go out and I thought he got held of it. He hadn't. And now we are in sudden death territory. It's Kesse with his almost trademark looking run up here as he makes the shot, and he scores. So the UAE even had me confused there. I thought they made that save.
They have a little advantage.
It is, but again, pressure heaping on to Spain. Back and forth we go. Frenkie de Jong. De Jong scores. Now he's delicate. He's finely poised once more. I don't think either player will want to give it up here, but you've got a centre-back in Christensen. Hits it as hard as he can. It's a Fedita special, as I will call them.
No, I prefer to the middle.
To the middle.
A bomb to the middle, you know.
But here is Sergio Busquets against Marc-Andre ter Stegen. Busquets lines up his strike, makes the goal there, and we've got a pretty lengthy penalty shootout here.
Yes, of course.
Again, each kick and each save and each miss just ratchets up that pressure ever so slightly. Here's Jules Koundé, again another centre-back. Centre-back makes the goal.
Makes the goal once again.
Fantastic penalties that we're seeing here. This is a A penalty shootout a little bit for the ages. I mean, we may even have to call on the goalkeepers here. Here's Raid.
A lot of pressure, you know, on Jose's
A lot of
shoulders.
pressure here. And it's just about kept out. And the UAE will take game one.
Well, if something this game wasn't, it's fair in terms of who played it best. But you know, it doesn't matter if you play best football. It doesn't matter if you was the one having the possession most of the time. If you don't make your opportunities into goals, this may happen. We were saying this the whole match. Jose needs to close his match. Jose needs to hold his match. He didn't.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it. 1-0 it can be your best friend if you're playing game management, but it can be your worst enemy if you're trying to still try and play. And as we've said already, in terms of possession, it's great to have it, but ultimately, you need to do something with it. There's again, as I've said, over the course of the last couple of days, it's positive possession. It's going and keeping damage on, and instead it was a little bit of substitution. It was a little bit of guesswork from the UAE to make it more aggressive, and it was just one mistake. That's all it can take within eFootball. And if anything, for you guys at home, as we see the highlights here, you can see here that the moral of this story, at least for game one, it isn't over until it's over. Until that final whistle goes,
that's it.
Anything is possible.
No, and you have to make your game plan. I mean, if you see the time passing by, and you don't make the goals, you know that you need something.
Yeah, you can just see you can see the chances that were kind of being presented. You can see as we see here, the dribbling in. That was a great opportunity there, but just couldn't quite find the right finish. And instead, it was around 70 minutes where it started to really open up. The substitutions came on. That was it only takes 3 passes to create a goal, and then again you just see it slowly seeping in. You could see that was chances or half chances that were getting in. It was good defending from Spain, and then the resistance broke. The resistance broke thanks to a mistake. It wasn't really too much of skill, but it was skill to read the players. We'll see here once more. Player goes to play it short, and it's a great read of a pass. It was reading what was going to happen on the screen. Again,
there's no need at that moment in the game to do that kind of defensive play.
Well, as we've said, if you talk about British style of play, we would kick it as far as you can. Find the little lady in the stand.
Of course.
Do as much as you can. Get the ball away as far away from your goal as humanly possible.
Of course, because you know what? You had a game where you dominate the game the whole time, where you had the most of the situations, and you end on a penalty kick, which, as you said yesterday, is kind of a lottery, and the lottery is more the times that you lose it than the times that you win it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, from what we've seen in real football, kind of transfers to virtual football. There are underdogs who will wait until the very last moment, and then will make an opportunity, will score. But the stats will read, as we'll no doubt be able to see some of them shortly. The stats will read, well, Spain had all the possession, so they should have won. It's like, well, yes, in reality, yes, the better gameplay came from Spain, but the ability to close out the game wasn't there in that instance. It was instead we were going to allow players to play. If you're going to allow players at this level to play, you're going to get caught at some point.
So we are going to game 2. This is play to the best of 3 plays. The first match was finally won by the UAE. Is it fair? I don't know. Whoa. So there's no a fairness indicator, a fairness component in football.
Yeah, you either get the victory or you don't. There isn't a it wasn't fair. It's a well, I got across the line, I won a penalty shootout. That's us winning. So that's the dividing line. Fairness and kind of who should have won is always a matter of opinion. The result in the game is always the matter of fact.
That's true. So this is the analysis from Weza, a very well-known ex-player, actual caster, and analyst and podcaster. I like very much the podcast you do with the Midnight Kid.
Oh, well, thank you very
Shout
much.
out to the Midnight Kid.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have that kind of acknowledgement.
Yes, of course.
But,
And if you see the Midnight Kid, you should tell him that Banfield stats should go up. if he can
I'll put
do
a word
something
in for
about
you,
that.
Ferita. I'll put a word in.
Okay, so where are you from? Where are you looking at this stream from? We want to hear from you. You can tell us over the chat, in Twitch, in YouTube. We are reading between the matches what you guys say. Who are you rooting for? For me, I think that knowing a little bit about Jose, he has a very tough match in front of him. He needs to win this game. If not, his participation in this tournament will be over.
Yep.
So I think that he may have learned a lesson. He may have known that 1-0 is not a result that will fit you in a situation like this.
Yep.
He must go and win this second game very clearly in order to be able to have or at least aspire for a place in the finals.
Yeah, I think it's just to reassert confidence. That's all it is. It's, you know, again, having the kind of the knockout to Saudi Arabia yesterday via a penalty shootout. That's going to sting a bit.
Yes.
To lose your first game against the UAE via a penalty shootout is going to sting a bit.
Yes.
It's just to re-establish confidence. That's more so what Jose will require here. As we see, we're
So
going
I think
into,
we're coming
game
for
two.
game 2. It's once again Barcelona against Barcelona.
Unless there has been a change. I saw one Barcelona kit. Do we see two? Yes, we do. So we do. So it's more of the same. But again, as we said about this yesterday, players can change teams. So, you know, again, in terms of the teams that are competing, kid, just a quick go over of rules and how things are formed here. It's uniform stats and it's officially licensed clubs that we've seen in the game. So, for example, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Inter Milan, AC Milan, AS Roma, Arsenal, all of those guys are able to be selected.
I think
here.
nobody used Arsenal, right?
No, there was one use of Arsenal, and it was Brazil versus the Netherlands. It was the final game.
That's it.
That was it. So,
That's it.
because we were talking, you very rightly pointed out how wasteful Gabriel Jesus was, as you did quite accurately. And you know, as much as Ferita will talk up my analysis skills, Ferita's been pretty on point with some of his play calls.
Thank you very much, my friend.
As we have seen over the course of this tournament, and I'm sure we will see plenty more calls that you'll get absolutely spot on as well.
I hope, and we will soon have you casting in Spanish.
Oh, well,
that will be my payback.
We'll negotiate on that.
Okay,
We'll negotiate on
okay,
that. But
okay.
as we can see, lineups coming into you, as you can see on your screen, I think it's going to be relatively the same lineups in the sense of I can't imagine, as you've said before, these players will have drilled and have scrimmaged and have played against people with these teams, and you have your own players that you'd like to use. There isn't a deviation. Once you get to an event like this, and I know from experience as well from previous and past events, I went to a previous event and changed my team at the last minute, even though they weren't a team I'd been playing with. So the difficulty is that if you turn up and you're not quite sure of yourself, you can get caught. Of course, these players will have known these teams inside and out.
So once again, the UAE with the white shirts, Jose with the dark shirts, Spain. And
Here's
here it
the-
comes Memphis Depay.
Depay, great shifting of the feet there. Ansu
Ansu
Fati
Fati.
finds the shot, and early goal.
Ole, Espanyol, Ansu Fati.
That is the perfect tonic that is needed for Spain here. Take a very early lead.
A goal in the first 5 minutes. It makes him start with the right foot, but be careful because now it comes UAE.
It can indeed. It can always turn, but you can see from since that kickoff has came in, all of a sudden, ultra defensive or all-out defensive from Spain in the bottom left-hand side of your corner. They are mindful of the attack and they're mindful of their defensive duties here. As you can see, goes slightly one more up now, just takes almost the handbrake a little bit off the bus, but you can see, and there you can see the handbrake is fully off. So you can see what the kind of game plan is here, is be mindful, as you said, first stage after you've conceded is often where you're most vulnerable. You've normally switched off, you're normally quite energized that you've scored. but Jose seems to be finding that almost championship mentality, that championship DNA that we talk about all so often for so many years and so many situations that he's been in. He's been able to pull himself out the fire on numerous occasions. Memphis Depay. It's Ansu Fati in towards Lewandowski, blocked off by a defender. It's Pedri. Pedri still with it. It's cleared away. So, again, we've seen more of this, though. We saw this in the first game. We saw an early goal, and then we saw a lot of Spanish pressure, and then we saw a UAE equaliser from a mistake. So, I think if you're Jose, we may be being slightly harsh. I think we may have even been slightly harsh thinking about it, is that it's one mistake that has cost him that opportunity to get into penalties. But if he can eradicate that mistake, if he cannot replicate it, he'll go on and win this game. But of course, he has to keep the UAE at bay. Here's Kessie to Depay. It's cleared away once more. You can see that defensive wall has just built itself for Jose.
Yes, but he needs one more goal. He cannot repeat the same mistake again.
Yeah, he certainly needs a cushion, is what he requires here. Here's Pedri to Frankie de Jong. De Jong is in there to Dembele, back to Lewandowski. Dembele just slides to keep it in, but then he's dispossessed by Christensen.
That may be also an explanation. Perhaps he went defensive too soon.
That may have been the case. It may have been the case that he tried to switch off or he tried to game manage. But because of so much pressure from the UAE, because they went all out attack and because they pushed players forward, it created that little bit of chaos. It created that extra man that a three-person backline had to take care of. And as you can see, a little bit of inroads here from the UAE. Here's Memphis Depay. It's cleared away once more. Here's Ansu Fati.
UAE is playing more aggressively. He knows that he may risk this game in order to close this at 2 games, and that's it.
Absolutely. I mean, again, if you can close it in 2, it's one less game of eFootball. And again, we talk about conditions, we talk about changes in conditions. These guys are now playing in the air stage. They're all used to playing in the fire stage, which is, again, kind of like an enclosed kind of room. That instead, it's in a little bit of almost a greenhouse, as it were, outside.
Yes, exactly.
It's a little bit different. It's a little bit of a change.
And the other one, it's a darker place with more people around. Here is just the 2 players, and that's it.
2 players, their coaches, and the referee, which again provides its own type of venue in as many words. Because again, if you go from a room where you've got people chanting and people cheering,
yes, it's completely different.
This is completely different. It's like playing in almost a library, as it were.
Whoa, this is a good opportunity.
It's a good opportunity here.
Free kick in front of the box.
But what can the UAE pull out here? It's the UAE into the wall. Depay wins the header, and it's cleared away again.
And here it comes. Jose tries for the second goal. Is Lewandowski. Dembele.
Still going.
Goes for the crossing.
Is he going to go for the cross? He's gone for the double touch instead. He's pulled it back. Good save from the goalkeeper.
Once again, this opportunity you cannot miss, because now you are without that advantage anymore.
Yeah, you can't. And again, you have to have some type of advantage. You have to have
Pedri.
And you've got to make it pay.
Lewandowski.
As Lewandowski, as the keeper moved manually, of course. So again, something to keep your eye on at home. These players will look for opportunities to, again, marginal gains. If you can see a mistake from a player, you will look to capitalise on it. And again, Jose will look to try and do that. Here is Dembele looking across the way. It's Lewandowski.
And now we have a goal. Now we have the goal we've been asking all this time. He had patience. He built the play once, twice, 3 times from the right. And just before the final whistle of the first half, on minute 45, he makes this second goal. Now, this is the game plan he must adhere to.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at the control that has been exhibited there. 4 shots, 4 on target. It's 100% accuracy. Interestingly, though, the key stat is 2 goals now rather than 1. So, again, it's going to make it that little bit harder for the UAE. They've got some work to do here. If they can make it happen, they can get 1 back. We have seen before, we have seen almost collapses of players in terms of 1 goal goes in and then the domino effect happens. I can stand to think, though, that looking at Spain, looking at how they came into game 2, I mean, of course, if you looked at the coaches within the room, of course, on Spain's side, we have Alex Alguacil, who,
legend,
again, is an all-round legendary player, but again, also, crucially, Jose's teammate at club level. So you can imagine that they will know each other and they'll know how to keep players calm. They'll know how to go, yep, let's get you calm. I was speaking to people last night and they were saying to me, well, you know, if Jose had got Alex next to him, keeps him calm, keeps him, keeps him level. And to be fair, you would need calming down after the way that you lost that first game.
Yes, of course, of course. And the way you lost yesterday.
Yeah, to go out on penalties to Saudi Arabia. Bearing in mind as well, Saudi Arabia, very very good player that we are yet to see on the stream, but I am sure we will at some point. Very high quality player. But the way that they went out to Saudi Arabia, you'll be disappointed because it's penalties. You know, nobody wants to go to penalties. They want to finish it in regulation. That's what they want to do.
Also, not to justify the Spanish players today, but yesterday most of Spain was watching the World Cup game, which Spain lost against Morocco. So that game in Bali time went from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Yeah,
so
well,
difficult rest for these guys.
It's a difficult adjustment. It really is, because again, you know, we talk so much about adjustments that players make on the field. We often forget, and I will try and make sure that we are reminded of this. It's the humans behind the controllers. And again, you talk about rest, you talk about acclimatization,
Yes.
you talk about sleep patterns. You know, I was speaking to Saudi Arabia, and in terms of
rest is king in this kind of tournaments.
Exactly, and to get your rest, to make sure that you are well rested, it's paramount to making sure that you're at your peak powers of physical performance. Here is Frankie de Jong.
Remember that what is very important in video games is concentration.
Yes, absolutely.
You surely need concentration. Perhaps in other kind of competitions or other kind of ventures, you can afford not to be 100% concentrated. But in this case, everything is concentration, is game analysis, is be able to have patterns, to have different scenarios at the same time and choose the best one. So if you cannot sleep well, it's not the case, of course, because none of these players did that. But if you go partying or wherever,
well, it's the same as any. It's the same as any athlete. You have to prepare to be prepared. You can't just show up on the day and just expect something to happen. But,
yeah, but I mean,
I don't expect that from either of these players. But looking at it, we do say, you know, it is paramount for them to get to that level. And I think maybe if you look at it from a gaming kind of parlance, it's almost Jose needed that shock in the first game to go, come on, wake up, like as if to be, you know, let's get ourselves into the game here. But UAE
that's another thing.
Are still still here.
If you play first turn,
yes,
perhaps you're sleepy.
Yeah. If you know, you have to get up, you have to make sure that everything is right. And speaking of getting things right, we've got the game plans that are here, and game plans haven't really adjusted for both teams. We're still seeing a 3-5-2 at the back for Jose. We're still seeing 4 at the back for the UAE. And the UAE still, as we said, they're not out of the tie. If this game gets lost, it's not all over. We get a tiebreaker, and then becomes the kind of the mentality game of, can you perform under the realist pressure that you have, which is going to potentially be game 3, and you're the first games on stream. You're going to have to perform under some type of pressure, and it's great to see, as we talked about so much, the response from Jose,
yes.
the ability to find the right game plan at the right time, find the right passes and find the right opportunities, and converting those chances.
That's true. So that's the Weza analysis. You are here with us live from Bali, wonderful Indonesia. We are at the second match of the best of 3 round between UAE and Spain. The first one went to UAE by penalty kicks. The second one is being won 2-0 by Spain. So if this match ends like this, we will have a wonderful third match.
Interestingly, keep your eye on the right-hand side of the screen. Same tactical switch that was made by the United Arab Emirates. They were going to 4-2-4, or at least they're a little bit more reserved now, slightly more reserved. But if they can get one back, and then they can push the issues, you can see down at the bottom of your screen, opposites almost attracting here as one goes attacking, one goes defensive. If they can get one back here, it might just pose a question. But again, if Jose has kind of learnt from those, or at least from that one mistake, then he will tie up game 2. but we've still got 20 in-game minutes left. Here's Gavi. Gavi looking forward, and Lewandowski's on side. Oh, I thought he was on.
No.
I thought he was on to the naked eye, and that's very, very tight. That is a very tight call. It may be the paint on his shoes that may have just called him offside there. Here's Koundé with the free kick. Puts it forward to Marcos Alonso. There's Gavi back to Marcos Alonso, and it's just run out of play for the Spaniard. The acknowledgement of the pass, but that won't make any difference here. Goal kick to the UAE. It's up towards Lewandowski. Sergi Busquets intercepts it. Ferran Torres. Koundé. Down the line it goes to Ferran Torres. He has players in the middle if he can find them. Or does he even want to find them? It's a double touch. Buys the foul. Very interesting. Very good piece of play there. Rather than try and put it into the box where it could give the possession back to the UAE, instead he baited the UAE into giving return to give him free.
So, what will happen now? It's 2-0 for Spain. Can he make the third one and close the match? He will try. He will surely try. 75 virtual minutes.
Not got long left in the game as the ball goes out wide. It's Frankie de Jong. It's
prepare play.
Back and forth. It's a good save
Wow,
for the goalkeeper.
but I like that play.
Yeah, it completely caught out. Again, when you see that movement, players can lock the trajectory of their play. So again, they can hold R2 or RT depending on your console you're using or your button setup, and you'll be able to then lock it in place and then move your camera. So that way then it will make the opponent think, oh, well, he's going somewhere else. But actually, the game has still locked you in place. So look out for that in terms of movement of where we can see set pieces.
Very good tip from Weza.
And here's Marcos Alonso to deliver the corner into the box. Ball's into there. It's cleared off the line. The ball's not cleared properly. And that will surely be the final statement from Spain
You know
in
what?
this game.
I was going to tell you how intelligent was to have a defender in the place where the goalkeeper cannot reach. A minute after that, that same player was the one who made the mistake and lose the ball. So it's nothing useful to have that player there if he loses the ball.
Yeah, it's fine margins. As we said before, in terms of charging up your clearances, it's better to play the press a clearance button. Pedro with a lovely turn there. Here's Memphis Depay. Depay looking to move into the box. Stunning strike goes out for a corner. But it's okay having a player there, but you know what the right buttons to press when you're going to clear the ball. Rather than try and charge it up, you just press the clearance button and you kick it as far away as possible.
So for now, this game is going how Jose dreamed about it. 3-0 and with a total domination. For now, he will be thinking that he just got bad luck on the first one.
Well, it was one mistake. When you look back at it from a Spain point of view,
well,
this has all been Spain, as we see. Rafinha looking to change that narrative. Rafinha, it's pulled wide. But
this match was all Spain.
Yeah,
completely.
it's been all of Spain. It's been all of Spain's control, and there hasn't been that error. There hasn't been that mistake. So that's the great bit here, is that a clean, potentially we're looking at a clean sheet as well.
Yes.
Again, that gives its own confidence to say, well, actually, I can defend the United Arab Emirates attack. I can defend what they've got for me. And again, if you have the ball, it sounds the most simple thing in the world. If you have the ball, your opponent doesn't. The opponent can't damage you if they don't have the ball.
That's true. That's a good analysis. Right now, it's the UAE trying to make something, trying to stay in the game. I
Time
think
is not on their side, though.
all of us know that this is impossible. This match is gonna end very soon, and we are heading to third match.
We're heading to a third match. It's 3 minutes of injury time, and it looks like it is still going to be a Spanish victory here, which in game 2 will set us up for a decider, which is something we all love to enjoy.
Right now, how much did that error cost Jose? How important was that error on the first match?
Well, if you think about it, if the error doesn't occur in the first match, the first game finishes 1-0, second game finishes 3-0,
and that's it.
And then he's through to the final of the bracket.
He may be by the pool right now.
Well, no, he wouldn't be, because then he'd have the winner of Japan versus Brazil.
That's true.
So the issue then becomes, is, yeah, so in terms of that, the issue then becomes is now that we have game 3, what is there in the locker for both teams?
How do you play it? If I was Jose, I will play it exactly as this match.
Yeah, you've got
going and don't being so cagey.
It's overthinking is what it is. It's overthinking, and as we said on yesterday's, if you joined us for yesterday's broadcast, the narrative is you don't think, you just do, and for players like Jose, playing a game of eFootball can be almost automatic if they can zone out in the correct way. As we say, you kind of forget where you are. If they can zone out and they can just go, right, I'm just playing against myself or I'm playing against the system, then all of a sudden then it becomes such an easier game to go through.
So these are the highlights for the second match. It started right away the minute they came from the locking room.
Yeah, it was great footwork on both players there. Memphis Depay, little drag backs, little dummy touches. A great finish that was put into the back of the net. Again, double touch was in effect for a lot of players. And again, it just trickled through. You got that slice of luck, as we say about players. You talk about mentality, you talk about skill. They always need that element of luck to go with it. And again, that little bit of luck was there.
And that was, for me, the best play in the match. The free kick with 3 touches. Now the error by the defender, which put the final numbers to this game. Spain 3, UAE 0. Not even this one, the last goal with just good decoration.
Yeah, it looked like it was like kind of like the first shot in anger, as you see some of the stats from that game there. 114 passes to 139, which surprised me a lot in terms of the passes, but that normally suggests, as we say, the less passes you see, the more dribbles you'll see.
Yes,
but again, critically, you can see interceptions 23. You can see 8 shots. You can see possession of 56%. So you can see that Jose kind of enjoyed that game because it was a case of, I'm going to retain the ball.
He got 0 saves. That means that UAE doesn't kick to the goal in the whole match.
2 shots and non-run target. So again, I'm struggling to even remember the other UAE shot that we saw, apart from the one that went past the post. I'm struggling to kind of think about it. So again, that kind of tells you the level of the game that we just saw. And as you said, the only word for it was total domination from Spain. But now what are we going to see here potentially in game 3?
So here we are in wonderful Indonesia. We are at Bali. You cannot see it because we are too high, but behind us is the sea.
Yeah,
it's the air stage, it's the beach, it's the pools, it's the main festival. Imagine the biggest music festival you've been in your life. Well, this is the kind of setting that we have here.
Yeah, it's literally, it does have that kind of almost festival feel to it. And again, it's wonderful being here. I mean, you kind of almost struggle to figure out which bit's the sky and which bit's the sea at some points. It's crazy, but again, the environment that we're in, I don't think any of the gamers that are here would have expected to be in such a location.
No,
but it's such a different location for some players to get used to. That's what we're talking about when we talk about climate. For example, me for the UK, I took off, a couple of days ago, and it was 5 degrees. I've now landed here, and it's like 29 degrees. So it's completely different for me. I can only imagine what it's like for some of these players.
Well, but we are here enjoying. We are here waiting to know which players are going to the finals, which players may be able to claim that prize, that $25,000 prize pool that will be split among just 3 of these players. We have on the final round already confirmed Argentina, we have Serbia, we have Mexico, we have...
I'll help you out here. You've got Iraq, you've got Turkey.
You've got Saudi Arabia.
You've got Saudi Arabia, and then in terms of what we've got left, we've got one more from today.
Let's see. Who will that be? Will it be the player from Japan? Will it be the player from Brazil? Will it be the player from Spain? Will it be the player from the United Arab Emirates? Well, you will find out very soon in just some minutes. But what you must be assured is that we have the best players in the planet. And here we come for game number 3. This is where everything will settle. Just one of these 2 players may be going around. The other one is just saying goodbye.
This one is for all the marbles. This is for everything. So this will mean in a very much a do or die situation. You are in win or you're out. And
Yes.
and again, I stress it in terms of the way that we have seen these two players play. If the UAE can replicate their gameplay from game one, if they can force an error from Jose, they can find themselves potentially
Yes.
in real position to get through. However, in game two, we saw if Jose can bring his very best gameplay, then Spain will win game three. It's so tight to call, and
Yes.
it's such an intriguing.
I think that for this match, what Jose is looking for is to be able on the first half to make at least 2 goals. That would be the best scenario for him.
Yep.
The UAE player, I think that if he can end the first half with a tie, that would be also acceptable. That's just speculation on my side.
I think the longer it goes in the game where it's 0-0, the longer it benefits the UAE.
That's it.
If Spain go ahead and score, then that obviously, as we've seen from the last game, that provides its own task. But however, if UAE were to take the lead, that's a very different scenario because we haven't seen that today. Every game that we have seen, it's a Spain take the lead. So it provides its own bit of intrigue. It provides its own bit of kind of mystery, as it were, to see exactly how this is going to pan out. And of course, we're going to here to call all the action for you. So please, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to listen to anybody else. You only have to listen to what you can hear here as we kick the game off here. It is the UAE from left to right. It is Spain from right to left. So it is the UAE in white, and it is
I like
Spain
that
in blue,
they
red
never
and blue.
change shirts over the.
It's so much better for us because it means that we don't have to worry too much about where we are. As Robert Lewandowski played inbound, and it's nearly there, and good defensive play from Spain. It'll be Ousmane Dembele. Dembele looking down the right-hand side here. Robert Lewandowski.
It looks like the white players are more. I don't know why.
Yeah, it feels like there's just multiple. There's so many more. It's such a wave of players that move, but it's such is the tactics of these games. If you were playing long ball counter, both teams will move in waves, both in defence and in offence. So you'll notice this. You'll see a blue and red wave move forward as Spain look to bring on the attack, but Kounde will take it clear. You just look at your screen. If you look at any of the players here, you'll see all of them running back here to try and defend the ball.
Yeah, they are returning.
Absolutely, they are. Here's Ousmane Dembele, though, who finds Frankie de Jong. Gap is found, and goal is found.
For the UAE.
Now then.
So, all the predictions, you can just break them, throw them away. A new game has started. Don't have anything for granted, you know.
That is big, big pressure now.
We
An
were
early goal for
expecting-
UAE was against the form book.
Yes, exactly.
It was certainly against the form book because all we've seen was one goal that was taken by a mistake, but it had to be clinical in that first game. But that was just as clinical. Wonderful through ball to Frankie de Jong. Again, finding the space, finding the opportunity to shoot, and then more importantly, finding the finish that hits the back of the net.
So here we are in wonderful Indonesia. We're at Bali for the 14th International Esports Federation Championship.
The World Esports Championships is where all of the best players are coming to play. I believe we were on 72 nations within eFootball. I believe it was the largest category of nations.
Exactly.
And of course, we're focusing on 4 today. Japan and Brazil are coming up next. But before we get to them, it is the United Arab Emirates versus Spain. And currently, Spain are in a little bit of jeopardy. Here's De Jong into Depay. Beautiful double touch to take it away. Ansu Fati gets the control strike. Brilliant save from the goalkeeper. It is a corner. So Spain looking to find those inroads.
That was good because it wasn't being expected. All of us expected a crossing. He went for the shot. And now he has a corner kick. He needs this goal to be able to get back into the match.
He certainly needs it. It's Araujo. Araujo scores. And that is the equaliser that Spain needed. When you need a goal, you go back to Old Faithful. We have seen those types of corners in competitive play time and time again. It is a driven corner, and you select a player to make sure that they are there in the spot. It allows you no time to defend it, and it allows the keeper no time to try and save it.
So here everything starts again. 21 minutes, 1-1.
And there's a response, could potentially be back straight away. It's cleared away again by
This
Spain.
match is the definitive match.
It is indeed.
Who wins this match advances to the next round.
Win and you go through to the finals eliminator. Go win it, well, lose and you're off home.
That's it.
So again, that's how much it means to these players. You can see, as you can probably imagine, the gamer lean, as you can see in both corners of your screen, both players intently looking at each screen in that very traditional sit forward type of mentality. They are not resting on any laurels. The focus is at 110%. As Sergio Busquets intercepts the ball for Spain. Will look to bring that clear. Finds Pedri.
He lets the clock run. I don't think that's what he needs to do. He needs to try for one more goal. But of course, he measures each action. You know,
Absolutely.
have each time you have less margin, less control margin.
Yeah, exactly. You have less margin for error. The more you think about how you're going to construct, you can see shapes moving there in that kind of triangle passing we were talking about. Brilliant challenge from Kounde. Kessie will take it clear. There's Dembele to Rafinha. Rafinha has been pressured there, and Ansu Fati wins the ball back. Ansu Fati looking forward. Finds Lewandowski, gets it away to Dembele. Dembele, what can the Frenchman do here? He's up against Marcos Alonso.
Not much.
And as we talk about physicality being massive in terms of uniform stats, Dembele against Marcos Alonso, as much as we would say in a foot race, Dembele would completely get past him. Physicality is key within eFootball. So, again, it's always something to keep your eye on. Here's Frankie de Jong looking forward to Ansu Fati. Ansu Fati looking to dummy inside to the box. Going to look to double touch. Again, the UAE have seen this story before. They have seen double touches from the edge of the box. They know exactly which way they go.
Nice back heel.
A nice back heel that takes defender out of the game momentarily. Rafinha plays a poor pass though, and Araujo will take that forward. Here's Ansu Fati.
And now it seems like both are okay with this result for now.
For now, maybe, but there's a double touch that's been taken out of possession. Here's Lewandowski to Rafinha. There might be a slight counter-attack on. It's against Raid. Raid looking to track Rafinha. Rafinha looking to get that ball forward. Kessie will win the recovery. Pedri. Kessie. To Pedri, Rafinha, and it's again knocked away by Frankie de Jong. And we're just ticking through to half time here with last chance potentially going to Spain. Here is Pedri. Last chance will be with Spain here. If they can make something a benefit, Frankie de Jong will say no and will shut the door. And there is half time.
Half time it is.
It's like a seesaw. It's so close to call here in terms of where this kind of, I want to use the word momentum, but where is this going to go? If the next goal, we use it as a sporting cliche and we've used it as a casting cliche, it's critical to survival here in this competition.
And you know, everything is in the mind in this case. If you were Jose, that yesterday you got knocked out in penalties, that today you lost the first match in penalties, would you go to penalties again if you can choose?
Well, if you could choose, you would want, I personally, because of, again, as we've said, in terms of how it is a lottery, you'd want to get it done in regulation. You want it done, you want it completed, you want it out the way, because again, you know, this is a third match in a series. You then could have potentially, if you get through to the final of what we're going to see today, you've got a potential another 3 matches. So it's all about kind of measuring yourself. I personally wouldn't want to go to penalties again.
I will risk whatever it takes not to get to penalties.
Yeah.
I will take higher risk just not to go to penalties.
But
I prefer losing on the field than going to penalties, especially with this, you know, this backstory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to, and I dare say you wouldn't expect to go to penalties, as we see Spain looking to try and force the issue once more. Pedri will just close that door, and you can see bottom right-hand side of your screen, the UAE have changed their attacking bias to 1 down on defensive. So you have defensive and then all-out defense. So defense will, well, just defensive will make them feel a little bit more solid at the back, which maybe lends itself to him thinking, well, if I can hit Jose on the break, as we see Ousmane Dembele try and make some inroads, but he might be thinking, well, if I can hit him on the break and get 1 goal, I can then really close down the game.
It also seems like another time when the UAE make the first goal in this match.
Yeah, it does slow, but here's Memphis Depay. It's Robert Lewandowski. Memphis Depay. Depay scores!
Now it goes.
Brilliant, intricate play there from Spain. Little pieces of, I know you've used the phrase so often, but there's a little bit of tiki-taka that's came through Spain there. Wonderful piece of play, but you can see.
And he was the one risking. He was the one expecting the last touch. He didn't throw the ball from wherever place. He wanted to have that perfect spot from where you know that the goal cannot reach, the defender cannot reach, and now he's one goal ahead.
Absolutely, but as you can see, UAE coming back down the track, looking to try and cause an error, and there was a goal kick that got deflected. That could have gone anywhere, but Kesey's recovered it for the UAE. That's a bit cynical, but as we said before, you do sometimes need to take a card when the decision, when the time calls for it. Kind of a bit of an intelligent foul. Not necessarily something pretty that you would see at home, but as you can see on your screens here, Spain all-out defense, which basically means everybody stay back. You can see on the bottom of your screen in the radar, not even the forwards are anywhere close to the halfway line. Everybody's gone back.
With that foul, what you know is that for sure everybody returns to their points.
Exactly. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a team reset. We were 60 minutes gone here. Changes may just start to creep in, as we can see on your screens here. I think we can always predict what the UAE change is going to be. It's going to go to 4-2-4 potentially. Substitutes are going to come on, but you'll see here, interesting, right-hand side of your screen, man marking being called for by Spain. So they're looking to stop the wide men, or stop the danger, as it were, that they can perceive from the UAE. And as you can see, those tiny changes, it's pixels on the screen, if that, in terms of the changes. They're so minute and they're so decisive, can be at times. You know, they can make such a difference, those changes. And as you can see, tactically, you can see that every thought is being taken here. On the UAE side, you can see that 4-2-4 has came into effect. You can see that Memphis Depay is forward and on. You can see that Gavi has came on for Pedri. So we'll see if any of those changes will make a difference to the UAE. Will they go all out attack? When do they do that? What time is the best time to do it? I'd probably say within the last 10 minutes is probably a good idea, because again, you don't want to throw a defender forward too quickly, because again, if you've got 90 minutes and it goes to penalty kicks, at least you'll give yourself a bit of a run at it. If you leave yourself 10 in-game minutes, you can take a run at trying to push the issue. Or, again, for all we know, there could be a mistake that happens, and that could cause the chaos that the UAE need. Here's Memphis Depay. Kesey intercepts it. Kesey plays it forward. Looks to Memphis Depay. Finds Robert Lewandowski. Lewandowski rolls it forward. Finds Rafinha, who is just offside.
He had great expectations for that play, because if he went by, that could be an equalizer.
It could have been trouble. Most definitely, indeed, it could have been a lot of trouble. Instead, though, it is a Spain free kick where they look to just clear it down the line. Just clear their lines just a little bit. But you can see the differences in attack at the moment. You can see that players are pushed forward, and instead, Spain are almost coiled like a spring here, waiting for their moment to try and potentially solidify this game and to take away game 3 from the UAE. But Araujo will clear it away, but it's a bad clearance. And in truth, it's Rafinha who will take the throw for Spain. Here's De Jong to Rafinha. Neat double touch. Takes it round. Brilliant piece of footwork there from the Brazilian. Rafinha.
Nice one.
Double touch. Well, I say double touch. It was more of a super canceller dummy. Here's also Dembele. There's the double touch. There's the strike from the Frenchman.
Excellent.
It's just
excellent.
Tipped around the post. Again, it's exactly what this type of situation calls for. It calls for cool heads. It calls for calmness. And it calls for skill within this environment. If you can just execute a little bit more, if you're Jose from Spain, you execute one more goal. As you see Lewandowski trying to win the head, it's bounced out to Frenkie de Jong. It's fallen kindly. Oh, it's a stunning strike that's hit the post. What an attempt that was on goal for the Dutchman. Spain trying just to get that last goal, just to push them over the edge. But again, we talk about game situations. The longer this stays at 2-1, the more benefit it is for the UAE. And I know that sounds strange if you are viewing this and you're saying, well, you know, where's your you're saying that, but Spain are winning. Exactly. If you are still within this game, it only takes one goal, as we saw in game one.
Yeah, and minds play a big role here. So UAE knows that if by any chance he gets the equalizer, things will start happening, questions will be asked. So Jose, for him, it's like if he was not winning yet. He needs at least one more goal to be able to close the game without any rush.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the moment, he doesn't look in any rush to go and get that goal. It's a cross-field ball over to Rafinha. A bit of a give and go with Memphis Depay. Frankie de Jong rides the challenge from Kesse. Takes the dummy past Gavi. Looks to just, again, it's just, if you think about this, these movements here are quite deliberate in one sense, because the longer this ball stays within the pitch, the quicker that clock in the left-hand side ticks down. So all of these movements where it's like driving at the defence, but it doesn't really look like Jose's going anywhere, it's a smart ploy. As Rafinha double touches, and now the ball goes out. Again, you can see, and now at the bottom of your screen, last 10 minutes, UAE have now gone all-out attack, which means additional players going forward, which means one of their centre-backs, either Arujo or Christensen, whichever one it chooses at that point, will be the player that joins the attack, which means that they will have 5 attackers, not 4.
And
against their 3 back,
he's just one goal away of the penalty.
Yes, and that's it. The only way to survive and carry on here, if you were the United Arab Emirates, is if you get a goal. Sitting here and losing 2-1 will make no difference. You will still be going home. So you have to create a chance. You have to score. Of course, looking at this here now, though, defensively, you can see bunches together by Spain. You can see they've left Lewandowski almost alone in the forest, as it were, while they go and pack up. And even Lewandowski's being pulled back here. So you can see the mentality on what this will mean if they can get this over the line.
So here we are in wonderful Bali with Weza, bringing you the first match, the third match, in fact, of these best of 3 matches between the UAE and Spain.
Yeah, looking at it here, it's 10 in-game minutes left, plus a little bit of stoppage time. You can see
Let's see what
Rafinha,
happened in this
Lewandowski,
one.
extra man is forward, great challenge, but Depay wins it back. Ansu Fati cleared away.
That was an important clearing.
Very important clearance, very important challenge as well.
But still time.
Still time on the clock, and you can see mentalities have switched in terms of all-out defence and all-out attack. Of course, though, if you're smart enough with your defence and your defensive line, you can catch people offside, and that's exactly what's happened there. And again, it surrenders the ball to Spain.
Yeah, and this was important, This will bring a little bit of calm to Spain. It's 85 virtual minutes going. He must not lose this ball. Oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe this, my friends. He's gonna suffer once again. Last minutes. UAE all in for the attack.
Potential suffering on the cards. It could be for either team here. It could either be a misery compiler for Spain, but they're thinking anywhere will do. So long as the ball is still in play, that clock is ticking.
I don't like this strategy.
You may not like it, but it is sorely effective. But you're also inviting pressure onto you by your opponent. So every time this ball clears, it's going to keep coming back for the UAE.
It's like a squash wall. You just, as hard as you hit it, that hard it's coming back.
This is more like a game of paddle. This is more like a game of paddle. But as you can see, 4 minutes added on here. Spain, again, anywhere will do. They are in the ascendancy, but the clock is still ticking. So the clock is still ticking here. 2 minutes left. You can see, again, Spain just looking to clear.
Too risky for me.
And
I'm
that's
playing
going
back
to the keeper.
Back,
We're okay. We're okay by the look of things if you're Spain. And the ball is going to get cleared. And that looks like it's going to be the last action of the game. And there is the final whistle. Spain see themselves through.
Look at Jose's face.
How much energy that has taken out of him in terms of the focus.
He suffered, my friend. I think it's a fair win by Jose. But look at him. He is dreadful. He's tired.
He's drained.
He's really drained.
But the additional issue you've got is the heat. the energy level there has to go back up, because you come down from that adrenaline rush of going, I was just in a really hard game with the UAE. He's now staring at a chance of playing against Japan or Brazil. So as much as you come down from that adrenaline rush, you're going to maybe relax for a little bit. You maybe go and get a drink, maybe just relax yourself. But then you've got to get yourself back up there.
Yes.
So it's all about levels here, but a fantastic performance. And again, we talked about kind of game management. We saw it in Game 3 because Jose knew how much that was required.
And you know, let's see the highlights, because he really had to build this winning. It was not easy at all.
No, it wasn't.
Don't let the marker lie to you. The first goal came.
First goal was UAE's, and that's what shocked us both.
Oof.
It was, you saw that goal go in, and you were saying, well, what's going to happen here, and how will Spain respond to being 1 goal down? Because that was a situation we haven't seen. But again, that mental fortitude, that championship mentality, that championship DNA that Jose has in that locker. You've said so many times before, he's been in so many different scenarios, he's been in so many different competitions. Brilliant awareness to find that triangle, 1-2, just managed to just find the back of the net. And all of a sudden, it then became a kind of, as you say, a bit more of a gritty game. It's a good save for the goalkeeper there. And it became all Spain in terms of how to control the game. Again, if you're watching at home and you're looking for an expert way of how to kind of close out a game, Jose showed you in both Game 2 and in Game 3 that there's a couple of different ways you can go about it. Yes, there is the ugly, as you would call it, in terms of just kicking it anywhere. But of course, you look at the stats here. Again, 106 passes. Again, lends itself to saying that there was more dribbles from the Spanish side. Interestingly, UAE side only 1 goal, but only 1 shot. So that was all that was required.
And the 21 interceptions, I think, is what explains why Jose was able to win.
Yeah, it's to coin the phrase, it's pass the ball and keep the ball.
Yes.
You have to look after that ball. As I said yesterday, it was like a long lost friend, but then you asked me whether I kicked my friends or not. But the analogy is that you want to take it with you everywhere. You want to go everywhere with it. You want to keep hold of it, and you want to let people know that it's still there. That ball is so vital when it comes to eFootball.
So here we are. The first match was finally won by Spain. This was like, I think it may be the logical result. People, I think, were more inclined, if you see who's going to win, most 8 out of 10 would say Spain.
Yeah, I think the form book was there. The form book suggested that it was Spain. The form book suggested that they were unlucky, of course, to get knocked out yesterday, or into this bracket. And I think for the UAE, again, let's not take anything away from their performances during this tournament. They're one of the highest goal scorers in this competition, or have been in this competition. When we saw the graphics before in the previous couple of days of top scorers, they were within that mix. So, again, full credit to them in terms of their gameplay. They've certainly showed their level at this competition. But, again, if you were looking at it from an experience point of view, from a statistical point of view, it kind of pointed to Jose. But in terms of that, I was surprised in terms of their level of being able to create chances. They created their own chances in Game 3. They took advantage of a mistake in Game 1. So there's something there to build on if you are the United Arab Emirates.
So can we watch what happened?
Well, I'm just waiting to hear in our ear, because I believe we may, at some point. Hold on, just wait 1 second. I think we're able to hear potentially from our winner, I believe.
I hope. I'm seeing Brenda Juan going there. This keeps getting better and better and better, and the team keeps growing. So I was talking with Brenda before the game, and she said, I would like to speak with the players, because she has been doing it all these days. So this broadcast keeps getting better and better and better. And this is the first match. We will see again Jose at the end of the day.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes, we're going to see Jose at least, but we will find out who he will be facing later on.
Will he be facing Japan?
Or Brazil, which would be either one. Again, at this stage, it's a shark pool. So
it's very difficult.
Anything is possible.
It's just one of these guys who's going to be able to go to the finals.
Yeah, and that's it. You look at all of these teams and how they're performing. It's only one. So again, at knockout stages of gameplay, whether it be a loser's bracket, whether it be the main finals, anything of knockout environment, both in real football and virtual football, anything can happen.
So, who do you think is gonna win? I don't know. I hope a good player may be able to take home the prize. So I think it's already there, our friend Brenda Kwon. Go ahead, Brenda.
Once again, give it up to Spain! And thank you so much, our amazing casters. So, how do you feel to be a winner when you battle against the UAE?
Well, I'm happy because the objective was the win here. I'm a bit angry because I didn't show my best gameplay the first game. I lost in penalties because my fault, but mentally I was strong. I achieved the comeback, and yeah, let's see now against Japan and Brazil to get the last spot for the grand final.
I see. So no worries because you are now be a winner, right? Don't think about the first match, okay? So, do you have any message that you want to deliver to your supporter?
Well, thank you for what. I need your support because it's really important. I need the warmth of Spanish people and also Indonesian. I have here supporters, so let's see on the final loser bracket.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm also your supporter, okay? Do the best, okay? So, thank you so much. You can go back to your place and have a break first because we are going to see the next match, but we are going to have a break for a while. So, don't go anywhere. Stay with us in IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. We'll be right back.
Question. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
It's fine. I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan Midland.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Cakap orang dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain lah. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What is the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What is big?
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. I mean, we need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting louder, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the Earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. Enjoy! So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other booth tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio! Jangan yang aku bekerja.
Jangan suntik-menyuntik. Kamu mau sendiri, Sen?
Saya sih lebih belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Tukang somai di bawah.
Satu, buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Bang.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya. Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya? Kita sama-sama satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga.
Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Anarchy nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersih mereka dari sisi lain. Kita melihat lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
Okay, so hello everyone. We have Daki here as an ex-professional Mobile Legends player from Indonesia.
Okay, hello.
So the first question is, what do you think about this match, Indonesia versus Philippines?
Sebelum match ya, pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Jadi menurutku matchnya itu bagus banget, tapi menurutku Indonesia masih punya PR karena secara early Filipina lebih bagus, masih lebih bagus, tapi secara mid game mungkin tadi Filipina over PD, ada yang game 1 over PD, akhirnya Indonesia bisa balikin. Tapi maksudnya menurutku kemenangannya belum clean aja.
So who is the tough opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Filipina.
How much confidence are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
70%, yeah.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia?
For esports in Indonesia is semoga banyak tim baru bisa masuk MPL termasuk GPX.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Got you, they got you. They got you. Got you, they got you. They got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Merusaka Nusa Dua Air Stage give nice and welcome back to IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Still with me, Brenda Kwan, and we just have the winner for the first match. Once again, congratulations to Spain. And now we are going to see the second match between Team Brazil versus Japan. And I believe you cannot wait who will be the winner of the second match. So, without any further ado, let us invite and please welcome to the team. Give it up to Brazil! Hey, yo bro, how are you today? Good? Everything's good. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to invite the team who will battle against the Team Brazil. Please welcome and give a big round of applause to Team Japan! Yo, bro! How are you? Everything's good? Konnichiwa. Is that true? Yeah, of course. Oh, I can speak Japanese ternyata. Okay, so to both of you, are you ready?
Vamos Brasil!
Louder! If you say it louder, you will be the winner. Once again, louder!
Vamos Brasil! Vamos Brasil!
Oh, so are you ready?
Okay!
Louder!
Okay!
Louder!
Okay!
No worries. So before we start our today's match, I would like to please all of you to handshake together. It's a sign for sportivity. You can fist bump. Yeah, good luck for each other. And you can go to your place inside there. Yeah. Okay, you also to do some preparation. Thank you so much and good luck for both of you. And I believe you cannot wait to see the second match between Team Brazil versus Japan. So without any further ado, let us pass this session to our amazing casters. There has Fierita Catalano and also Stuart with Wesley. So to our casters, are you ready? Yeah! Are you ready? Yeah, of course. So to the casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Brenda. This is Brenda Kwon, our host. Thank you very much for
who needs a hype woman when you've got her? Fantastic.
Amazing introduction.
I tell you.
You know, I will try to ask her if she can wake me up on Mondays with this kind of energy. That would be really great because sometimes you need that extra energy boost. So
that would absolutely
shout out
give
to
you
Brenda Kwon,
Absolutely.
our host for today. Well, so we've seen these amazing three first matches between Spain and the UAE, and now we will have another big clash between Japan and Brazil. Brazil, which was kind of one of the favorites before the tournament started.
Yeah, I think they were favourites before the tournament started. I think they were somebody that you would have looked at, and again, you talk about national pedigree. They would have been somebody you would have pointed to. Then we saw their game against the Netherlands. Then we saw how good they were in that game. Then we also then saw how well they were nullified by Turkey. Now, of course, looking at across on the Japan side, of course, they were knocked out by your countryman Argentina yesterday, and it was close to call. So
yes,
again,
and always Japan is like a big nation in eFootball. I remember the great Sofia, many times world champion.
So
but look at this head-to-head comparison. What I think it's the most different number here is the goal average. We have 3.3 for Brazil. We have just exactly half for the Japanese guy.
Yeah, it's conversion rate, I think, is what we're looking at here in terms of shots on target versus goals, and that's always the key one. And you can see there from Brazil, we saw from their game plan and their gameplay that they can score goals relatively quickly. However, of course, you can see slightly more of a measured approach from Japan, but I'm about that type of approach. I quite like a measured approach where they take their time, they try and find the right amount of opportunities, but also suggests there is that with a lot of shots, a lot on target and not enough goals, or not as much goals as we've seen with Brazil, it shows a little bit of a risk taker. It shows somebody who's looking to just take shots wherever they can, and if they're on target, they're on target. If they're off target, they're off target. It doesn't matter where they are in the game. They will happily go and take strikes on. They'll happily go and take the ball on and try and score.
So you're listening to the analysis by Weza. We are very happy to be here with you. This is the second best of 3 match between Japan and Brazil. Just one of these guys is going through to the main competition, the main finals, which will take place on the Earth stage.
That's the one.
I still, excuse me about being so repetitive with this, but
okay.
This play will take place in a stage you will imagine to be like a heavy metal festival.
Yeah. It's like the pyramid stage at Glastonbury, that type of vibe to it. It's
and
so
that
big.
kind of size also.
Yeah,
no?
it's huge.
Amazing. It's amazing.
Incredible.
So here we are at the 14th World Cup, the International Esports Federation tournament.
Yeah, and of course, again, all of these, this wonderful almost festival wouldn't be possible without the people who have supported it. Of course, we have wonderful Indonesia, Kemen Porter, NOC, and Kony. We of course have all of our sponsors to thank as well in terms of the JHL group, the JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DIS, Gungdan Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, the Episode Hotel, the Merosaka Nusa Dua, as we are here, the Mineski Global, the Indonesia Football E-League, the ESID, Lemon ID, who are obviously our very helpful production team.
And the media partners we cooperated with Net TV, Trans2U, Deticom, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Plays, Meraputi, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak.
Yeah, I tell you, you've picked it up. You've picked it up so well since you've been here. And I think we've got better as each day have gone on. So thank you so much to everybody who has sponsored this event and to be able to allow us to be here, because these are experiences that we would never anticipate.
Of course, and to our friend also, Andre, Simona, everyone at the organization, thank you very much. We're having a great time. We're having a blast here, and that's because of you guys. So it's everything almost ready to start. We didn't do predictions here.
We haven't, no. But I think looking at the way that these two teams have lined up, Brazil, of course, the way that they went out on penalties yesterday against Turkey, again, they will be smarting a little bit, or at least they'll be a little bit sore as to how that happened.
Okay, let's go.
We're going to go and have a look and
see
the last
game. We will predict the last game.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll try and predict. If it goes to a game 3, we'll make our on-air predictions there. As we see, Manchester United versus Manchester United. Japan are in the red, and Brazil are in the white. So of course, left to right is Japan, right to left is Brazil. As we see, Brazil leading the charge here is Ronaldo. He's dispossessed by Fred. Is Fred to Rashford. And again, I expect this to start off lively and early. I can't imagine either of these players wanting to hang around here. They'll want to take the kind of the proverbial bull by the horns, as it were. Is Cristiano Ronaldo, and Aaron Wan-Bissaka will clear his, Rafael Varane, and Brazil being a little bit more liberal with the football, as we see here. One down on their defensive bias, which means their defensive players will be thinking a little bit more about how far they go forward and how aggressive they'll be in terms of blocks. As we see, ball goes in. Ronaldo to Rashford. Double touch from Japan. Brilliant save of the goalkeeper. It's parried into thin air. And unfortunately, nobody there to swipe it home. So early signs for Japan that they are looking to establish the lead.
That's it. So here we are, Brazil in the white, Japan in the red. We are going to the best of 3 matches. The first 10 minutes, we didn't have much emotion near the goals. A little bit more attack on the Japanese side. That here comes.
It's Japan on the attack. It was Rashford. It's just stunning strike is blocked off there. It's Casemiro looking to lead that ball forward. Here's Marcus Rashford. Rashford looking to build up an attack. Just taking his time with Brazil, but as we said before, with these tactics, they will promote an ability for these players to get back. Here is Christian Eriksen. Here's Ronaldo. It's blocked off and cleared away, and the counter-attack may just be on for Japan, but as you see, numbers back in abundance, but he's found the through ball, and it's through to Jadon Sancho. He has a man over. Will he use him? He's gone to try and be smart. He saw the manual goalkeeping. He knew what he needed to do.
Yes, he
but
tried.
As a crucial interception there by Brazil, a wonderful challenge, and as such, we remain goalless here in game
For
number
now,
1.
the dominance is Japanese. He's the one attacking. Brazil is the one defending. Let's see if he can convert a goal, because if not, all this drain will take a toll on his team.
Absolutely, and we talk about players being comfortable with being pressed, as we see Man United, or at least Japan's Manchester United, just leading the ball away. Some players are happier to just absorb pressure. Some players are happier, or at their happiest, when they're defending their own goal, and sometimes they just like to almost puncture the competitive air by just taking a sting out of the game with a counter-attack, as I think that might just be the game plan of Japan. In the early going, this is our first sighter of them on stream here, as Bruno Fernandes looks to play it forward. He's inside the box, it's cleared away, and this is just the breakdown we're looking to see. Brazil looking to try and find inroads, and instead Japan nicking the ball, taking it away and getting it back into transition. But of course they're going to have to be quicker than what they've been doing, because of course Brazil's backline is defensive, but it is a bit of a mistake there to interception. Jadon Sancho, he's turned inside, he's gone for the control shot, he's just pulled it wide. That's a big opportunity there for Japan to take the lead.
If he chosen the other part of the goal, he chosen to shoot right, it may just be able to make that goal. It was really close.
It is, but there's a through ball here, and right back has played them on in Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Ball is bouncing clear. Will the shot be taken? No, they won't. They don't like to see what the fans like, where a goalkeeper's out of goal and you just hit it.
Yes.
They don't do that. Of course, at these type of levels, pro players will take the 100% chance that they can find. Speaking of which, Ronaldo making his way forward for Brazil. You can see the defensive line push from Brazil just to condense the back line up to where that midfield is, just to have as many players forward as possible in transition. Here's
For
Franz
now,
Xavi.
Japan has be the one making the calls at this game, you know?
Yeah, I think Japan have had the better chances at this point in time. But again, that's not to say that Brazil are without attacking threat. Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, forward in towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Brilliant save by David De Gea. Japan will be thankful that the goalkeeper spares their blushes.
Yes,
I
thought that one was going to the net. 3 touches, that's what you don't want Brazil to make on your box. If you let them touch the ball, you will be in danger. And here it comes again. Interception by Japan. Counter-attack. Triangles. Let's see if he through ball. No, he couldn't make that through ball. It's recovery time for Brazil. Touch and touch. Good defending. Now the ball goes back and forth.
Yeah, it's going back and forth. Here's Ronaldo onto Fred, onto Jadon Sancho. He has Rashford waving at him to tell him where he is, but Axel Tuanzebe will take that one clear. And again, it just seems to be, as we said, sometimes these games are, games that you'll see in each penalty box, whereas instead this is a bit of a midfield battle. Here's Marcus Rashford, goalkeeper on. Oh, he's hit the post, rebound,
and
it's
the
cleared
goalkeeper
away.
doing?
So
what was the goalkeeper doing?
So in terms of the goalkeeper, it's manual goalkeeping. It's trying to just put him to the back post, but he almost turned his back on the game. Which
he was lost.
Well, yeah, he
was lost.
It was almost like you got your GPS in the car, and it's just you put a magnet next to it, and everyone doesn't know where he's going. But Brazil couldn't capitalise.
Brazil, when this player sees this replay, will be crying in Portuguese, because it's amazing. For a minute, the goalkeeper was really lost.
Yep.
If any of the players shoot at the goal, it will go through, no matter how hard it hit it.
Absolutely, and again, that's where that danger becomes, is that there's that little bit of game of chicken with manual goalkeeping, is that now that they know that it can be in play, as Sancho looks to strike, it's saved, and it bobbled into a position that we normally see players on rushing to score, and instead it was cleared by a Japanese defender.
It's like if the Japanese player has lost his control, and for a while he has forgotten all that he's done on the first half.
He certainly has. Rashford finds a boot to Christian Eriksen. The Great Dane makes it 1-0.
And I must say, it's fair. It's fair, because Japan made a lot of defense error. Not one, not two, not three. Like all of them in a row. showed like he was lost in the game, and this is how you pay being lost in a game like this. You need concentration all over the match, all over the match. If you, for whatever reason, lose it, well, this is what happens. So Brazil 1, Japan 0.
Yeah, it's a great finish, and as you said, in terms of defensive frailties, like you say, if you lose your focus for a moment, or if you look down, you look across, or you're looking at something else, you will miss something, and that there is exactly what was missed by Japan. Now, as a result of that, Japan now get to come back on the attack here, but Brazil have stifled that first attack. So, again, we talked about the chances that Japan had made in terms of the inroads they'd made, but Brazil showing that killer instinct there to, once they have an opportunity, they make it pay. Ball goes into the box for a stunning cross, and it'll be David De Gea that will gobble that up.
So we are live from Bali. If you're watching the score, it's the other way around. It's Brazil the one winning.
It is indeed. Ball into the box again. It's a big opportunity, but it's cleared away, but only as far as Christian Eriksen. Eriksen out to Sancho. Again, just a reminder, Brazil in the white, Japan in the red. As you can see, the ball looks to be cleared out, and it's gone for a goal kick as the ref has given. So
look at the Japanese player closing his eyes, looking up to the ceiling. What's happening here, my friends?
Pressure will do funny things to any athletes that you see, whether it be real football, whether it be real competitions and sports, or in this point of time, esports athletes. Pressure will do funny things to you. As you alluded to earlier, you may forget to substitute stuff. You may forget to do changes. You may forget to do a lot of different things, and instead, what you actually find is that you get caught.
So here we are once again live. Brazil 1, Japan 0.
Fernandes to Rashford to Eriksen. Eriksen, dummies and shot fakes and skill cancels. It's all on the order of the day for Brazil. It's kind of been almost a revert to type from what we've seen of their gameplay. This is more of the Brazil that we saw against the Netherlands rather than the Brazil we saw against Turkey, if that makes sense for you guys at home. For those of you who have been watching the past couple of days of play, we have seen Brazil before against the Netherlands. We also saw them at the very last game of yesterday's games against Turkey. And again, looking at the performances, it's more of the game against the Netherlands rather than it is against Turkey. And that's really what Brazil need at this point in time. They need to find their home game plan. What you're comfortable with at home, you need to bring to these types of events.
So here we are with Gueza enjoying our favorite game. That's something that it's difficult to understand to people that don't like games. We know each other before knowing each other.
Yeah.
We know by the internet, we know who the other one is, and we know that we both love this game a lot, and we can spend countless hours playing,
We certainly can.
watching, chatting about this beautiful game.
Speaking of chatting about this beautiful game, Anthony looking to make his way in. Ronaldo with the header, parried away by David De Gea. It's cleared away only as far as Bruno Fernandes.
Lousy goalkeeping there.
It was very soft, but it was enough for David De Gea to just push away.
Yeah, but it was butter hands, you know.
Very much so. As the phrase at home, it's very just brittle wrists is what it was. It was just it was made of well, I can't even think of something other than the analogy. Normally I'm very good with comparisons, but that does escape me at this point.
We say manos de manteca, butter hands.
There you go, butter hands, or butter fingers as it normally is in England. So I can see where we get it from now. But in terms of what we're seeing here, we've got the changes that are coming in. Left-hand side of your screen is Japan. Right-hand side of your screen is Brazil. You can see Eriksen deployed in a slightly wider role with Harry Maguire and Rafael Varane on your right-hand side of your screen, whereas Anthony is there once more. And you can see substitutions on where Alanga's come on. He's been almost the sub of choice for Brazil. Every game that we have seen so far, Alanga has came on as opposed to any of the other players. And again, just as a reminder for you guys watching at home or on your phone or on your PC, wherever it is you may be watching this stream, we are playing under uniform stats, which means that the stats are balanced. So that's why you're seeing the likes of Anthony Alanga be at an 85 overall or an 86 overall as opposed to his regular default overall.
Exactly. So 75 virtual minutes go by. Brazil is winning the game, but by just 1 goal. But here he goes again. He wants to go for the second one. Anthony makes the little dance.
It's in towards Elanga. He's been so crucial.
And that's it.
The Swede finally opens his account for the Brazil team here. Brazil now 2 goals to good. And now look to be relatively in the driver's seat for the end of game 1.
Yes, and we seem to be going slowly in a road of just 2 games, I think.
Potentially.
What
I always like to think about these players is that there
that
is...
sounds so British.
It is, of course, of course. Sometimes I am glass half full, sometimes I am glass half empty. In this case, I am glass half full in the sense of there is still game 2 to go. We saw in the UAE versus Spain game that had this type of thing happened in the UAE game, we'd have gone, well, the UAE are going to win 2 games
true.
on the road.
That's true.
And again, as we talk about matchups and we talk about style clashes, this is South America versus Southeast Asia. These guys may have never played each other before, and they're completely different styles of playing eFootball. So those clashes of styles, Japan, again, as we normally say, in terms of like almost like a data download, will look at this now and go, okay, well, I know how Brazil can play. I know what they're looking for. I know I'm looking for Ronaldo. I'm looking for Bruno. I'm looking back towards Ronaldo. But I know what I need to do now in game 2 to nullify what Brazil have got to offer.
That's
so
true.
maybe we'll see that.
If something characterizes Japanese players is that they never give up. They never think, okay, I've lost. They always keep trying and trying and trying. And as we've seen with many eFootball Japanese champions, they are good at what they know how to do. So let's see what expects us for game 2.
Indeed.
Game 1 is going to an end. We may have 2 or 3 situations more.
That may just be the case as Anthony tries to create one of those situations. You see dancing feet from the Brazilian. It's what we expect, and it's that little bit of almost confidence that's come back from Footy Facil 10. It kind of deserted him a little bit against Turkey. It was almost like it was the rabbit in the headlights. Wasn't too sure as to what to do against Turkey because such was the kind of almost defensive masterclass that we saw from Turkey, but has seemed to have found his rhythm again, which is great to see because, again, we had earmarked them potentially when the Netherlands victory came in and when we were watching that on live stream that we generally thought, actually, this is a guy that is playing a completely different style, but Japan are looking to just try and get themselves a goal, just to maybe just give themselves a little bit of something to go away with here, in the sense of something to just kind of build on in the second game. Of course, game 2 will be a fresh set of players, will be a fresh set of fatigue, will be a fresh set of circumstances. So that could mean we potentially get even team switches here at this point. But first game does go to Brazil. It is 2-0, which means they are 1-0 up in the best of 3.
Exactly.
If they win this next game, they are through. If Japan win it, it goes to game 3.
So these players are playing without coaches. They are just by themselves. What you're seeing is the air stage. It's so difficult to explain how beautiful this place is. They are like, you used an excellent word, they are like in a bird house.
It's like a greenhouse. It's like you've got plants in next door, and it's that type of environment that they're in, folks. I mean, it's totally different. Of course, we do have obviously aircon to keep these guys cool. Of course, we're not mean to them at home, folks. We do let them have aircon. We don't just let them play with their consoles.
But they are like in the middle of the air in a suspended glass house.
I went and took a little look at the stage just before we came to air, so I came up a little bit earlier and I was looking at it again from a player standpoint. I was thinking, wow, what a stage that you can play on. It's such again. We talk about the stages that we've been at. The fire stage, of course, was our home for the first 3 days of competition. I do miss the fire stage as well. Shout out to the fire stage. I do very much miss that. But the air stage is something different. It's open air, and of course, looking at the way that these players played, as we'll see in the highlights here. Again, the control, it kind of went backwards and forwards. We earmarked in the first half that Japan was starting to get more of the chances. You see here, a little bit of a wasteful chance, but it goes to that point of chance conversion. So if you remember when we saw the stats at the start of game 1, Brazil had more had the relative same amount of shots on target, but they had more goals.
This one that went away by just a little was 4 touches in a row. 3, 4.
Here's your goalkeeper losing exactly where he is.
Goalkeeper was but thinking about his girlfriend.
But ultimately, that can create something, because you'll look at it and think, oh well, I can't make those opportunities. That's a wonderful finish, by the way, from Eriksson. Again, Brazil just started to grow in confidence. We saw skill moves, we saw super cancels, we saw all of the things that we have associated stereotypically with the Brazilian play style, and especially with Facile 10's play style that we have seen over the course of previous competitions and previous opponents. Again, very much a different way of playing, and it's not something you would want to come up against if you are a player, because it's very hard to defend against. It's almost like watching a heavyweight boxer, and they're throwing out jabs all the time, but you don't know when the haymaker's coming. It constantly keeps you on the move and constantly keeps you dodging. And as you can see here, 102 passes, again, points out the dribbles. You can see the efficiency in terms of the shooting. There was 6 shots. There was 2 saves forced from Japan's goalkeeper, but more importantly, it was 2 goals to 0 on the other side. So relatively balanced in terms of stats, but it's more so that clinical moment. It's that final piece of the jigsaw that you constantly speak about to us. It's that type of thing that you're looking for, and I think Brazil have it when they're looking dangerous. That is when they are at their most brilliant.
Exactly. So this is like, if you have to confront a lion, so it's not the problem when you see him coming in front of you. The problem is when you don't see him.
Yep.
When you don't see him is when the danger is coming.
It's you take your eyes off him and he's dead in front of you.
That's it.
That's what, and it's a perfect analogy. It's exactly what we have here. It's a case that Japan are probably thinking, well, we have this under control. We have this. We're okay. We've got this. And instead, it's more so that you haven't got this because that Brazil have attacked you and have got you at the right time. So,
but watching the highlights, I quite forgot that the first opportunity was for Japan.
Yeah.
So if in game 2 he can increase a little bit his pressure, he might be for a surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. If Japan can turn those opportunities that they've had into goals, it presents a problem for Brazil, because Brazil will know from the stats, and Brazil will know from their own information, or from the players that they've probably spoken to around the venue, players who've engaged with Japan. They'll know that Japan can create chances as much as Brazil can, but again, it's that difference between the two is one has been able to finish off those chances, one hasn't. If the table can kind of get turned, as you normally tell us, it then presents that big problem for Brazil.
Yes. So what do we have in hands for this match? Nobody will know. You can make your own bets, not betting, just playing. You can tell us in the chat who do you think is gonna keep this game. Will it be Brazil? Will it be Japan? On the other way, it's Spanish Jose is waiting like this.
Yeah, he's waiting.
Or perhaps like this in the beach or in the pool.
I mean, it could be. He'd be very casual if he's gone to the beach or the pool.
No, I don't
already.
think so. He must be very with concentration in this match. But who wins Japan versus Brazil will have the final say with Jose from Spain, who has already won over United Arab Emirates in a very tough match.
Yeah, and again, we're looking and waiting to find out when the games are on, and players are appearing to be ready. We have them under starters orders, which has been our thing, what we can hear. Again, it's Manchester United again versus Manchester United.
Once again.
Which, again, it just demonstrates that these players will know these teams and they're comfortable with what they know. So they're comfortable with their idea of their game plan, and they think that it can be successful here. Interestingly, again, we've seen, Barcelona versus Barcelona in UAE versus Spain. It becomes a choice of who uses their weaponry the best.
Exactly.
And what do they see differently to other teams? Because you're looking here, Twanzebe is in at left back for Brazil, whereas I believe on the other side of the field for Japan, completely different. Not that it's as key a choice, but it may be something that helps you defensively instead of having maybe 3 defenders and a right back. That used to be a very old school trick that somebody told me ages ago about. You can have three centre backs and then a wing back, and it just allows you a little bit more control over your defence. Although in games gone by, it used to be you could have 4 centre backs, so you could pull them all back, so no one runs forward. So maybe there is a little bit of that kind of thought process in here. As you can see, the lineups, see Wan-Bissaka and Lisandro Martinez used on the other side. So the narrative, or at least the point, is still being used there.
So here we are with Weza it's amazing to hear how much this guy knows about strategy and how much this guy knows about strategy in eFootball, because this is two different things. For one thing, you need to know football strategy, and we both love that. But for another one, you need to know how that strategy translates into this game and how you can get this game to do what you're thinking.
Exactly, absolutely. As Rashford takes a double touch. Again, just a reminder, Brazil are in red this time, going left to right. Japan are in white, going right to left. So again, just if you are trying to keep track of who is who, because we are watching Manchester United versus Manchester United, don't worry, we've got you covered at home. As we see Eriksen to Rashford, to Jadon Sancho. Sancho with a double touch in midfield. He's giving it away to Fred. Here's Jadon Sancho. That's an interesting dummy that lets him through to Sancho. It's Maguire that takes it away. Here's Casemiro to Bruno Fernandes.
So
Fernandes, Sancho.
Brazil with the attack?
Brazil indeed with the attack. Brazil are left to right in red. Japan are in white, right to left. So unfortunately, unlike what we saw in the first game where the kits stayed the same for Barcelona, for the UAE versus Spain game, these kits have changed a little bit for us. As we see, it's Jadon Sancho looking for the unmistakable presence of Cristiano Ronaldo, but he's cleared away. Here's Marcus Rashford. Here is Christian Eriksen. Rashford has got Bruno Fernandes in support, has got Ronaldo to his left. Bruno Fernandes back towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo looking to wind up a shot, and Aaron Wan-Bissaka will take that clear.
So for now, this match is pretty balanced. They are wrestling over the midfield. A little bit more in Brazil attacking. Japan needs to nail this match however it takes. And here it comes.
Absolutely do. Here is into the box here for Marcus Rashford. Rashford looking to try and just dance around, give a little bit of space, but Rafael Varane will take that away. Here's Ronaldo on towards Sancho. Sancho looking to drive forward here. Looks to play the ball down the line. It's a good little ball in there to Ronaldo, but he's not got a lot of support. He will play it back to Jadon Sancho as Brazil look to lead on the charge once more. It's Christian Eriksen. Ronaldo in towards Rashford, but it's cleared away by Wan-Bissaka. So again, Japan kind of learning from their mistakes a little bit, have become a little bit more compact in terms of defence. Let's just see if they can get a little bit more clinical in terms of their finishing. Looking towards Fred. Fred wins it back in transition, but it's Harry Maguire that will take that ball away. Here's Bruno Fernandes. As we say, it's just kind of almost like an attack wave going back each way. It's who is going to hit the shore first here. It's on towards Marcus Rashford. Good save for the goalkeeper, and it's poked home by Cristiano Ronaldo. I think if I can hear it distantly, I can probably hear the soos of the competitors watching this as we did yesterday. But it's a fantastic little finish. Again, we spoke about chance creation, chance opportunity, finding the opportunities.
Japan didn't have much chances, but
they made that one certainly count. Neat little interplay, finds the ball, finds the chance. Goalkeeper parries it, and Ronaldo sliding in. It's a 50-50 between him and the last defender. And it was Ronaldo that wanted that ball just a little bit more.
So he tries here, good goalkeeping,
bad rebound, the clearance was
bad
there.
Defending.
Ronaldo got there ahead of him, and it is back
Japan
to the drawing board for
Japan
Brazil.
1, Brazil 0. We are live from Bali. We are looking forward for who's gonna go with Jose to the last match for today.
Spain awaits the victor of this best of three. Again, if you are just joining us, Brazil are one game up. So if the scores remain the same, we will be going to a third game, and that will be the decider for this tie.
Brazil with the red shirt, Japan with the white shirt, both are using Manchester United. I want to say hi to everybody in South America who are in the late night watching this.
And they may get rewarded soon enough as it ball looks to trickle towards Ronaldo, but instead it gets bounced away, and Christian Eriksen will recover it. It's Bruno Fernandes, looks on for a pass, and it's cleared away by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Here's Jadon Sancho. Sancho looking forward. He looks and finds Marcus Rashford. Rashford looking in towards Sancho. Sancho chipping in towards the back post. It's a dangerous ball. De Gea had to come and claim that. As a result, the score will remain at 1-0. Here is Bruno Fernandes. Quick little pass into Christian Eriksen. Finds Ronaldo. Finds Bruno Fernandes. It's that triangular passing again, but it's just letting Brazil down just a little bit. Here's Sancho. Back to Casemiro, it's back to Sancho once more. Again, if you're looking and thinking about uniform stats mode, and you're thinking about one of the best things you can do within uniform stats mode, it's X passes or it's ground passes. It's not necessarily through balls. Through balls, you'll see from these players rarely, but it'll always be the very last player that they make this pass to. So it's always that last critical through ball that you'll see.
That's one thing, again, that marks a difference between casual players and pro players. Casual players love through balls. These guys love passing. If they have to return to the middle field just to rebuild the play, they will do it without any problem.
Yeah, they absolutely will. They will know every inch of this virtual football field. Rashford to Ronaldo, back to Marcus Rashford. Good save for the goalkeeper. And it's cleared away by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. And Japan, at the moment, look to be heading in with a half-time lead, but Brazil will look to have the final say of the half, and it's dispossessed by Casemiro. Casemiro to Fred. Fred to Rashford. Rashford out to Sancho, and offside has been given. So if the ball crosses the half, I'm not too sure, because we only had, well, we didn't have any stoppage time added. So I'm trying to think of maybe this may be the last kick of the half. I know there is one more chance here for Brazil. It's cleared away. So at half time, it is Japan with the lead and Japan with the reaction that we've seen.
Yes, and Japan with this result, if he can maintain it and he can keep it up, is going for the third match. But you know there is still a lot to come.
Yeah, if you look at the stats of the first half as well, 55% possession to Brazil, 45 to Japan. Not a lot of passes, not a lot of shots either. So you can see it's a little bit more. It's more of a dribbling game than it is a pass and move game. We've seen some games we've had upwards of like 180 to 190 passes. Sometimes it doesn't require that in eFootball. Sometimes it just requires you to be smart enough with those passes. It can be quality over quantity, as we've seen so far. Here is Marcus Rashford. Rashford looks to break free of the defender, but it's Aaron Wan-Bissaka again. It's great covering defending, and as I've said before, in terms of defence and in terms of defending, sometimes it's not pressing the tackle button that is the most effective way to challenge. As you see, an effective way to strike, it could be Marcus Rashford. Rashford sees the manual goalkeeping. Rashford still going, goes for the chip into the box, and that's a chance that goes begging for Japan.
And now Brazil comes.
Brazil come back the other way. Here is Christian Eriksen in towards Casemiro. Ronaldo has Casemiro in support, has a man over him. Marcus Rashford does one more in the middle if he can find him. He doesn't use him. That's a wonderful finish from Brazil. And now we have parity restored. It is a superb strike using that overload that we talked about so many times. When it is there, folks, use that overload, because again, Japan's attention, as you can see just briefly in that replay, is taken up by that one player in the centre.
Yes.
Both players are running there. There's one player left over if you can get that opportunity on, and it was Marcus Rashford. Brilliantly right foot hit strike into the corner. And you can see almost stoically from Brazil, they have a laser focus here, as do Japan. Nobody's willing to give an inch. Nobody's willing to tell anybody what they are thinking right now. And as you can tell, in terms of the proximity of players, they are right next to one another, which is the beauty of offline gameplay and offline tournaments, is that you can see almost the whites in the eyes of your opponent. It's what I love about offline gameplay.
You can sense how he's... And remember that in this tournament, at this stage, matches cannot be tied. So if the result keeps like this, we're going to penalty kicks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the key point here, is that Japan, although they are trying to get back into the game, even though it is a draw at the moment, I don't think they'll want a penalty shootout, because again, with Brazil again, they've been so effective up until this point in terms of goal scoring, in terms of abilities. We haven't really seen them in a penalty scenario, so it'd be almost an unknown quantity. It's not something you really want to go up against as Wan-Bissaka robs the ball.
He needs to win this game. And if you're going to penalty, let's that be it in the third match, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But the ball is still alive. Here's Jadon Sancho in on goal. Not the same result as the Rashford opportunity, but he did have additional pressure. You'll see a defender here sliding in to make it even more difficult.
And you know, they always try the same play. with that closed angle to cross the ball. I would like to look for the header.
Yeah, well, the header, especially with Ronaldo, of course, is one of his many nicknames within world football is Air Ronaldo. As soon as he takes off, he's up there forever. I mean, why not use him here? But again, these opportunities, these guys will know their own game style and their own gameplay. So, as much as maybe say he'll go cross it, he might look at it and say, well, actually, I have a better percentage opportunity, and he might be taking the shot. But bear in mind, he did have pressure on him. He did have a sliding challenge coming in. It's a lot more difficult than the Rashford chance because the Rashford chance was far more open. So, again, you can see these minute little changes that are coming in here. You can see substitutions for either side. You can see that on one side of the field, you have Fred and Anthony coming on. On the other side of the field, you can see Anthony, Bruno Fernandes, Anthony Martial coming on. And you can see there's just little bits of development between both teams here. You can see that they are both preparing to try and go for it with this last goal because, again, you don't really want it left up to a penalty shootout to decide your fate within the competition, whether that be I'm going to go through or whether I'm going to hit, I'm going to end up playing a game 3 or whether I'm going to be out or I'm going to have a game 3 to play. Here is Anthony, fresh off the bench, but it is Harry Maguire who will take the ball away.
It's Brazil in the red shirt, it's Japan in the white shirt. If you just tune in, if Brazil wins this match, he will advance to the finals. If Japan wins this match, we're going to a third game.
Such is the tension. I mean, I'm glad we're in a room that's actually separated from them because you can imagine the tension between the two players here. Nobody will want to lose this and nobody will want to give an inch as Aaron Wan-Bissaka looks to come forward there and he almost wins the ball back, and instead it's going to be Japan that comes down the other way here. And Casemiro intercepts it. It's Bruno Fernandes. There are going to be chances here still. Here's Ronaldo. Has he got a man over it? No, he's gone back the other way. Sometimes, interestingly, we talk about things that players do that catch people out. Sometimes it's okay to go back where you came from in terms of the ball.
Yes.
I mean, that there was very useful. Nearly created a chance there. Here's Casemiro. Dispossessed by Anthony. Anthony forward to Martial. Martial forward to Ronaldo. Ronaldo in towards Anthony. Anthony has players over. Can he use them? No, he's going to double touch instead. And Rafael Varane will take that one clear.
And now Brazil is looking for the final touch, for the final goal.
They are certainly indeed on the hunt. It's in towards Anthony Martial. There's a bad slide challenge. It was very early, but he did enough to put them off in terms of Brazil's attack there.
Why didn't he pass the ball to the right?
Because the anticipation was that he'd be able to take it past the defender. The slide tackle is something you haven't anticipated at this point because it's a very desperate play at that point as Bruno finds a beautiful ball to the back post. It's Anthony. If he'd have maybe taken the header or maybe taken the first time shot or opportunity there, really would have caused the keeper some bother.
If I was Brazil, I think I will risk a little bit more because what's the worst thing that may happen? Not going to the penalties. Not so bad.
Mentally, you've got to think here that Brazil want to finish this off because, again, if they go into a penalty shootout and they lose, they have that it's almost an echo of yesterday's game against Turkey.
Exactly.
And all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more of well, I've been in this situation before, but it may be a learning experience, it may not. We still have time here. There's 5 minutes left on the clock.
Nice
Ronaldo,
touching.
Ronaldo, Martial has men offside. The challenge went in, but nothing was given. And the ball comes back the other way. Here comes Japan. Here's Anthony looking forward to Martial.
4 red shirts against 3 white shirts, and the white shirts won.
Indeed, they did. And Wan-Bissaka makes an early challenge, but it was enough to put them off. And again, the ball comes back the other way. We are going into what looks like stoppage time. We'll see what the ref says. It's only 1 minute, so more likely than not, we will be heading to a penalty shootout to decide do Brazil go all the way through.
We still have one corner kick.
Sorry, you see, my eyes were thinking that's a goal kick. Ref has clearly seen something different, and as a result, we are down to a goal to a corner kick here in the last minute of regulation. Here is Bruno Fernandes. Going to take this corner. There's players up. There's obvious targets in Rafael Varane, Cristiano Ronaldo. There's so many players to aim for. One of them is Harry Maguire, who's potent at corners. There's Wan-Bissaka, who's going to try and keep the ball alive. It's Wan-Bissaka still there. You probably don't want him in this scenario. You gifted it off to Martial. But it does get snuffed out, and we will head to a penalty shootout.
Penalty shootout, that's it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What a way to end this match. If something was missing from this match, was the emotion that the penalty kicks bring. So, if Brazil in the red shirts win the penalty shootout, they will just finish this series and go ahead.
Here's Ronaldo, and the first penalty is saved. First penalty is saved. Now, here is Japan's first penalty. It's Ronaldo on this side. As you can see the gamesmanship that we've seen before in terms of pointing at where you think the goalkeeper's going to go. Here's Ronaldo. Oh, it's saved with the legs. What a save that is. What a save that was.
You know, yesterday, the pointing game didn't...
it didn't work against Turkey.
No,
Will it work against Japan? Here is Anthony Martial. Martial steps up. Good penalty. Down into the bottom right-hand corner as we look at the screen. It's going to be...
So Japan has some pressure now.
A little bit of pressure for Japan here. It's going to be a full power strike. Up against David De Gea. Anthony, saved.
Wow.
It is saved by David De Gea.
Now the pointed game worked.
Indeed, it did. Here comes Bruno Fernandes,
but in order
penalty specialist.
To complete this, he must make this one.
I think to press home the advantage and put the pressure on, absolutely. Here is Bruno Fernandes. There's that last-minute move by the goalkeeper. It didn't matter anyway. It's into the side netting. Those are always the best types of penalties. If you can put it in placement, you put it in the side netting, no keeper in the world will touch it. Here is Anthony Martial. Here comes the pointing game. And there is the finish this time from Anthony Martial. So all of a sudden we are at 2-1 in the penalty shootout. Here is Anthony. Little bit of gamesmanship with the aiming guide. It's what I would normally do at home. You show people where you think they're going. They'll think, oh, well, I'll go that way. Instead, you then show it somewhere else, and then you press it back on. There's so many little bits of gamesmanship and brinksmanship here. As we see, Anthony. Will the games have worked? Anthony puts one home.
And for now, Japan cannot miss not even one penalty more. If he wants to keep in the game, he must convert all the penalties left.
Scenario, and it has. But now, this is must-score territory for Brazil. If they score, then they are through, and then it is Brazil versus Spain. But
it's
if Japan,
Brazil, one penalty away. It's Fred.
If Japan force a save, or they force a miss, then they will still be alive here. Going to be Fred, the Brazilian. How apt to be representing Man United, but more importantly, representing Brazil at this stage. A Brazilian for a Brazilian. Here comes Fred. Will he score? Yes, he will.
Brazil, 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 Brazil. And in 2 matches, the Brazilian player comes ahead. This is a wrap. Goodbye, Japan. Hello, Brazil.
Yeah, and that in itself told the story. It told the story in the sense of we did see a response from Japan, but it wasn't quite enough. And we talk about it at this level. We talk about the levels of gameplay. We talk about the players that are at this event. For now, folks, I know we're going to go to it shortly, but you're about to see a heavyweight clash between Brazil and Spain as a result. Full credit to Japan for their performance in Game 2. I think they showed their level. And again, we talk about players who kind of almost make this their showpiece, and they make it their place. So we'll see some of the gameplay and highlights. And again, this neat little passing move here, again, it's quick, it's decisive, and this goal through the legs takes the save, but it's Ronaldo's reactions, it's Japan's reactions at the back post that prove the day there. But of course, you have this wave of Brazil attack that went attack, 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 attack again. You see a save there.
So let's count the situations. One for Brazil.
There's another one here that's coming here, which is ball movement, which is great ball movement. This was the goal. Fantastic strike. Again, puts it high. Doesn't go low. Doesn't allow the keeper to maybe make a diving save.
No.
Instead, puts it high and doesn't allow them to do anything. You could see other chances that fell the way of Brazil. Just wide was there. But all of these highlights, as you can see, the ball starting with the team in red, which was Brazil in Game 2. You saw this opportunity that just didn't quite. He took the first touch. You could see the power bar underneath. He tried to shoot. And then, of course, you had the penalty shootouts here, where it was just, again, as we say, it's this look that you need. It's this little bit of a fortune you need when it comes to penalty kicks and penalty saves.
That he didn't have yesterday.
No, he didn't, but he certainly got it today. He got his act together in terms of penalties, and of course now it's now going to be Brazil versus Spain in our final eliminator. That will be the last. One of those two teams will be the last team to go through to the main final stage of the tournament.
And today we had Jose from Spain losing his penalty shootout, and we have Brazil winning his penalty shootout.
How it turns around so quickly. How
Yes,
it turns around for
yes.
some teams where they've lost penalty shootouts and then they go and win them. And then for some teams, it's almost like the recurring nightmare. It's the nightmare you can't get away from. I've lost one penalty shootout, then I'm going to go and lose another. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But as we look at the stats here, only 83 passes in total for Japan.
Yes.
Again, in terms of the possession that you can see from Brazil, 58% possession, 130 passes. Again, in terms of the rest of the stats, they're relatively level in terms of the way that some of the stats were. I believe those were the stats for game number 1. But you can see that was the type of statistics that the guys were working with.
The passing is what marks the difference here. How each one played. Japan with more like ground balls. Brazil more tiki-taka. Not much. Not very.
It was not much, but it was enough. It was effective and it was efficient.
But it was not a showboat of football.
And in some games it doesn't call for it. In some games it doesn't require for
you always need that.
You do need a little bit, but you know, sometimes you do need substance over style. Obviously, I appreciate, you know, in terms of from your part of the world, showboating and skill moves and kind of flair is it's almost like a necessity of an ingredient. However, from where I'm from, in terms of England, it's more so efficiency and trying to be a little bit gritty. So, I suppose that's probably why they brought the both of us together with the best of both worlds.
Of course. But I always like in this kind of tournaments. I'm grateful for the players that give some show.
Oh, absolutely, and the players that you're seeing on show here and over the last couple of days, and as you'll see further forward, they are the real stars of the show.
Yes.
You know, they are the guys that you'll look here and say that. And of course, you know, guys, if you are looking for, are you looking for an amazing fun game? Let us tell you about the return of Condor Heroes, a new gameplay, thousands of characters that you'll get to enjoy in this game. So make your favorite warrior be the strongest in your warrior world, and bring your clan to become an unbeatable clan. Download now on Google Play Store or on the App Store. And obviously, for more information, please visit at condorheroes.dunyagames.co.id. Other than that, for you who have Techcomcell point and want to get some auction merchandise or free drinks, or you want to join playing fun games, to get more than millions Rupar every day, visit our booth within Telkomcell and redeem your points. You can also get a small smartphone in point auction at a mini stage.
I will need one.
So check out your Techcomcell point in Techcomcell and redeem right now.
Okay. So we are here at wonderful Indonesia with him, Bali, waiting for what will happen next. We have one more match coming up.
And it's the best of 3 between Brazil and Spain. I think we need to go ready for this. I think that's what we need to do. We need to just relax and settle in. And of course, yourselves at home, wherever you are, morning, evening, or afternoon, get a snack, get a drink, settle in. This is going to be fireworks.
I'm moving too far. Get to grasp.
Today we have Indonesia from Mobile Legends Indonesia team in World Esports Championships 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question: how do you feel after win this match versus Cambodia?
English, yeah. So, habis match ini atau first match? After your feel afterwards. Yeah, after this match, I think all of us are really happy. The series was so intense and really back and forth. So it's the kind of games that we want to see here in IESF, here in Mobile Legends competition, and this kind of games are the ones that are going to bring us back all our memories. And I'm very thankful that the game went to 3 games and it was back to back.
Okay, so the next question: what is the key factor to win this match versus Cambodia?
I felt the key factor for this match is just because, not just because, but the main key factor was we're doing it as a team. Everyone in this team has their own contribution, their own part, and everyone did their job. So I'm very thankful for everyone here, very thankful for everyone that's supporting us, and I'm very thankful for everyone that is not here but is helping us as well. So thank you very much.
Okay. So which country do you want to face in the grand final?
For countries, I would say any countries, but what I really want to see is Philippines versus Malaysia rematch, because that has always been the goal, and it wouldn't be a grand final to Philippines.
Okay, so for the last question, during this match, is there any difficult or obstacles occurred during the match earlier, especially for first match?
Obstacles wise, I thought it was just mainly just ourselves. We're a new team. We came here with no expectations. We played in qualifiers, everything with no expectations, and here we are in the grand finals. The only obstacles are just ourselves.
Okay, so that's all for my question. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam esports.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
So today we have Philippines that will be competing in Mobile Legends in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
In this match against Slovenia?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're very satisfied with our very satisfied in this match versus Slovenia. But in EVOS, I think we still have some things to work out.
Okay. So what is your key factor to help you to win in this match versus Slovenia?
Key factor? Ano key factor? factor? What's the key factor?
The key factor is we work together.
Yeah, we use our UB strategy.
Yeah.
Do you think there are things that you can make improvement for the better play?
More practice. Yeah, and adjust on cell phone use.
So you will facing other country in your next match, like Vietnam, right? So will you use the same strategy?
Yeah, we still have more strategies we're not showing yet. We're gonna show it in our next match. Yeah.
So what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
Biggest challenge. I think our biggest challenge is adjusting to the phones and the comms. Because the comms is delay and the sound is very weak. And I think the biggest adjustment is the phone because we use iPhone in our country.
So how confident are you to win this competition?
How confident are you in this competition?
100%
confident.
Yeah, 100%.
So this is the last question. Who is the tough enemy in this competition?
I think
Indonesia and Cambodia, Malaysia. Yeah.
Cambodia and Malaysia.
They are competitive.
So okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for you all this competition.
Thank you.
Pilipinas! Lakad matatag!
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Philippines!
Thank you. Support Philippines!
Thank you!
Thank you!
Very much. Thank you. Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momolin, menangkan Golin dan Midlane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Cakap orang dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap tim ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Tim mana yang bagi dia?
What the big
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournament in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Hello everybody, we have Jesse An here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is, what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih, terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
Okay, so the next question is, who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih, cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100%. 100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esport Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang, terus udah gitu semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esport Indonesia.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Thank you Kak Jessian. Dan will be competing in Mobile Legends, Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022. And I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, are you all satisfied with your performance in this match?
Saya go jawab ya.
Yeah.
Pakai bahasa English. So for this match, I think we will take this. So happy, but we're not too satisfied. Our to win the whole championship. Key factor that was win this match is everyone's hard work. Everyone really put in the effort, the time, and mainly just trust between everyone over here and everyone doing their job. Because without everyone's contribution, we wouldn't have been able to do it.
So even you have won the match, do you think there are things that you can improve for the next match?
There's definitely many things that we can improve. There was a lot of mistakes that we made as well in both games, so we will look through our games and fix our errors.
Okay, so you will be facing other country in your next match, right?
Yeah.
Will you use the same strategy for the next game?
Strategy-wise, we cannot really disclose, but I can assure that we still have other strategies out there, and we will see what we want to pull out for each different team. The biggest challenge was because I think Philippines is the favorites, and there's a lot of pressure because our players are all new, and this is our first time representing Indonesia itself. So I feel like the biggest challenge is just the pressure itself. It feels really great to win the M3 Champions, but we know that there's a possibility that they will make a comeback, and we will eventually might face them again. So we're happy for now, but we're not too happy yet.
We know that the weather in Bali is hot, right? And when the game is on the upper stage, so does the weather affect for the match?
I would say the setup overall is really good. The weather doesn't really affect us, and the setup, the equipment, everything covers the weather, so we don't really feel the heat. Thank you so much.
Indonesia! Jaya, jaya, jaya! Okay, thank you. Congratulations Indonesia!
Thank you.
Hi, welcome back to the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So, entering day 4 of the biggest esports championship, what did you feel? Did you have some fun? Anyway, entering the next round of this tournament, the competition is getting louder, more intense, and more entertaining. Today, there is 4 games that will be played in this tournament. CSGO on the ice stage, Dota on the earth stage, Mobile Legends on the water stage, and PUBG in fire stage. So, are you ready to watch more matches on this day? But before that, here's the joy of the Day 3 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Nice swing!
So, how is it? Exciting, isn't it? We're exploring more other boat tomorrow, so stay tuned and cheerio!
Okay, so today we have Malaysia Mobile Legend teams in eSports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how do you feel about this match? Are you all satisfied, or maybe there are some things that you all need to improve in this match?
I mean, we are okay. We are fine with it because yes, before this game we lost, but it was our mistake. I think mistakes are the best teachers, and we learn from it. Moving into this game, we were having another way of thinking, and yes, we won again. A little satisfied.
So, what do you think about your enemy performance today?
Saya rasa performa dorang bagus, cuma dorang maybe kurang dari dorang leak dari segi drafting. So drafting dorang tu macam dorang pick ni tapi dorang tak tahu combo dengan apa. Tu bagi pendapat saya lah.
So, is there any special preparation for the next match?
Definitely yes, because we'll be going between Argentina or Philippines. Both are strong teams in their own region. They are both strong teams. Definitely we want to try to win them because we'll be meeting them again in M4.
Okay. So you already won the game this time, right? What things that you have, but your enemy doesn't have?
Tadi, enjoy.
Benjoy.
Okay, for the last question, what are your worries for the next match?
If my jungler wants to play Franco. Jungler, I don't know. What are your worries? Aku ada apa-apa worry tak?
Is there any worries for the next match?
Maksudnya apa?
Kalau kau ada apa-apa risau tak untuk next match?
Oh, untuk next match, jangan bagi Franco jungler lah.
Okay, so that's all for my question. Thank you very much for your time, and I have the best for this competition. So today we have Cambodia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how do you feel about this match? Are you feel satisfied, or maybe there are some things that you all need to improve from this match?
From the last match, we feel exciting, and there's a lot of things for us to learn from the last match.
Okay, so what do you think about your enemy performance today?
The performance is very strong because they have more experience, and yes, they very strong.
Okay. So is there any special preparation for the next match?
Yeah, there is the draft, the strategy for the next match.
Okay, so you already won the game in this time, right?
Yeah.
What things do you have that your enemy doesn't have? Maybe can be your chemistry more than good than them, or rather?
I think it's our spirit. Together, we all in one. We know what to do, and yeah, we trust each other. We have the same spirit.
So how confident are you to win this competition?
Our confidence is 50%.
50%.
Yeah, 50%.
So for the last question, who is the tough enemy in this competition? Why?
I think both of Philippines and Indonesia are the toughest team for us to beat.
Why?
Because they are the stronger team in ASEAN, and they have more experience, and yeah, their players so strong.
So okay, so that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you.
Caring, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Got you, they got you. They got you. Got you, they got you. They got you. Got you, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana. Caring, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron?
Sí, estamos contentos y conformes.
Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us and trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make. For sure.
So even you have won this match, do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales también.
¿Cómo que, por ejemplo?
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
There are always things to improve, not only in the macro game but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better like visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and like the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarlo.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals, so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for all my questions. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you.
Looking again at the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This is the day of the IESF in Bali. So, we've been through a lot of excitement in day 1 and day 2. The competitions between countries around the world is increasingly becoming more competitive and a lot of action here. So today we have 5 different games category that will be played, like eFootball 2023, CSGO, Mobile Legends, Dota 2, and also Tekken 7. So before that, I remind you to follow our social media so you can see live updates, see match schedule and result on the IESF Instagram, IESF_officials, and also garudaku.ac. Before we go watch today's match, here's the some recap day 1 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This recap is dedicated to you guys, so enjoy the show.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials.
Good afternoon, RSH! Give some noise! Applause, 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 applause. Oh, thank you so much. Glad to be back again with me, Brenda Kwan, in IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. And now we are going to see the last match of today between Team Spain versus Team Brazil. But before that, I would like to say congratulations to Brazil, become a winner for the second match. So, without any further ado, I would like to invite the team who will battle in the last match. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and give a big round of applause to Team Spain! Yo bro, glad to see you again. How are you? Are you ready for the last match?
We need to be ready for the match.
Oh, you're always ready, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the team who will battle against Team Spain. So, ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Team Brazil! So bro, how are you bro? Everything's good? Are you ready to be a winner?
Vamos Brasil!
Louder!
Vamos Brasil!
Once again louder!
Aqui é Brasil!
Yay! So before we start the last match, please do handshake first as a sign of sportivity. So to both of you, please to place the setting room, the game room, and don't forget to prepare yourself to battle and become the winner for the third match. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you can't wait to see who will be the winner for this last match, because I feel the same also. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I will pass our session to our beloved casters, our amazing and fabulous casters. There has Stuart Wesley and also Fierita Catalano. So to our casters, are you ready? Yeah, of course. To the casters, please take it away.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Of course, we are, Brenda. Thank you very much for that amazing presentation. So, have you seen the place where these guys are playing with when we have that drone shot? Whoa,
yeah.
It's amazing. We're at an amazing place, and this match will be as amazing as the air stage there right now.
Yeah, I think in terms of like locations that fit these types of mammoth matchups, as we can see, we have Spain versus Brazil, two nations who are incredibly passionate about their countries. And you talk of fandoms, you talk about Spain, you know, as you mentioned about the Morocco versus Spain game last night, you could hear drums and you can hear whistles,
Yes,
you
of
can hear
course. Yes, of
songs.
course.
It's the same that goes with Brazil, though. They have a
Yes.
following that exceeds all expectation. They
And-
will follow players everywhere.
And these two players are two really talented guys. So we are going here for a good treat, I think.
Yep.
This game would be at the best of 3. Only one of those will be able to go forward on the finals. Here are our faces. Jose in the left, eFootball on the right from Brazil.
Yep. Yeah, and we've seen both of these players now on stream. We have seen both of these players and their capabilities over numerous games. And as you'll see the stats and the tail of the tape, you can see that Spain there have, as we've mentioned, a lot more shots, a lot more goals. But critically, you'll see Brazil have less shots, have less goals, but their average of goals is better. So in reality, they don't need as many shots to get as many goals. So looking at how these two are going to play, and again, in terms of possession, they both like the ball, so it's going to be almost eFootball wrestling match of who's going to retain possession, who's going to keep the ball, and who's going to damage the opponent.
So I think we may have once again a clash of styles. Let's see who takes the role here of the one attacking, because both of these players are good on the attack side. I think they are even better on the attack side than on the defense side.
Yeah.
So this may bring us a match with more than one goal. I don't think we will be seeing here like 1-0 or 1-1. I expect for a little bit more bigger results.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. I think you can see loads of goals in this because, as you said, the attacking capabilities of both of these teams and both of these sides, of both of these nations, are better, that you would say, than their defensive side, which normally means that if you've got an attack that's better than your defense, it means you like to press, you like to play ball, you like to attack. So looking at how this is going to pan out, it's too close to call because we've seen and we know the players kind of almost intimately now in terms of the way that their gameplay is structured. It's quite hard now to pick out somebody that you go, well, one of these is not going to compete in the finals. And for me as a fan, of esports, ladies and gentlemen, that's difficult for me to swallow because I'm there going, we're going to have to say goodbye to Spain or Brazil. Like this, it's like it's
Isn't
almost
there
unheard
any
of.
way we can have both?
Yeah, can we not have? Have we not got a special dispensation rule? Is there something we can bypass? I know, of course we haven't.
I don't think
we have
so.
got one team that's going through today, and they are going to have to go through, as you coined it yesterday. They're going to have to go through Mordor to get there.
And you know, this will be happening again and again and again. We are going for matches in where we want both of them to keep playing. But, you know, this is a tournament. It's just one that will go through. And here we go. This is the starting teams. Let's see what did they pick.
And we have Barcelona versus Manchester United, which may go with the form book. So
I would
if you're looking
say
at it,
Jose from Spain will take Barcelona.
yeah, you would think so. Given what we've seen already on stream today, you saw in the early game, as I call it, in terms of my schedule that we saw, you saw the UAE versus Spain, Barcelona being used. In the second tie, in the second game, you saw Japan versus Brazil, and you saw it was Manchester United.
Yes.
Now you're going to see a clash of styles within the game. Manchester United, very much known for their quick attack and their quick counter-attack. Barcelona have that skillful midfield, have that bit of trickery on the wing, have that focal point. They have that focal point in Robert Lewandowski. But of course, on the flip side, of course, you have arguably one of the greatest players who has ever lived in Cristiano Ronaldo. So both penalty boxes are going to be occupied by predators.
Yes.
It's just a case of who gets the first feed.
And I was just looking, he puts Memphis Depay along Robert Lewandowski.
Yeah,
so he
big
angles two
players, big players in terms of skill moves and in terms of quickness of feet. Again, Memphis Depay is pretty good as a kind of almost a player to rely on within Barcelona. But again, you're looking at players and you're looking at situations, both interestingly mirroring each other's formations.
It's a full mirror.
It's a full mirror in terms of 3-5-2. And of course, if you know your football at home, or if you have a complete no clue about football, you'll know that 3-5-2, an incredibly attacking formation, which
Yes.
gives you a lot of opportunities to get forward, as we'll see.
And to
It
have
is-
the midfielders reaching the box.
Absolutely, and they will also try and take possession as king here, as Jadon Sancho intercepts a pass. Ball is taken away, free kick given. So as we see it, it is Spain going from left to right as Barcelona, and it is Manchester United and Brazil from right to left. As we see, a short free kick taken here is Casemiro.
Light shirts for Brazil, dark shirts for Spain.
Indeed, if you are the keeping score at home, that is the colours of the kits you're looking at on your screen. Here is Bruno Fernandes, lovely lofted through ball, and Ronaldo was onside, but the header just didn't have enough on it to trouble the goalkeeper.
But I love that pass.
Oh yeah, the scoop. The
I
scoop
loved
is
it.
it's a very nice looking pass, and when it's used to great effect,
yes,
and it's used to score as well. It's
we
a
didn't
wonderful
saw it used a lot.
We haven't seen it. I think we've seen one goal. I think it is over the course of the days. A brilliant
Opa.
double touch from Marcus Rashford. Araujo takes him down. Nothing given.
Whoa, that was
Interesting there,
risky.
but
That was
great
really
with the skill.
risky.
But at this point in the competition, Felix, how much do you risk? You've got
Yeah,
to
you
risk
have
a
to take
lot
that
now.
risk.
You've got
Yes,
to go for
yes.
it.
Yeah, I agree.
It is now or never, and to set the tone in game one, as we've said, in these best of three situations, it's always good to get yourself in front and get the first game, because it just provides that cushion if you're going into game two. Here is Ansu Fati on towards Pedri. Pedri looking through the line here, looks for Robert Lewandowski, who is onside. But he looks to be into the corner. If you can imagine what is happening behind the Brazilian screen there, it would have been Lewandowski just trying to open up some passing lanes. It's Sergio Busquets, Pedri to Ansu Fati, in towards Memphis Depay. Depay takes the double touch across to Ansu Fati. Ansu Fati, can he get the ball into the box? He's going to go alone! It's Ansu Fati who opens the scoring, and it is 1-0 for Spain.
And we saw on the earlier match that Jose did this with Ansu Fati, but he couldn't complete it. In this time, he did. So he asked for the pass. Everybody is waiting for the cross. Will it come now? No, later. Will it come now? No, it will never come. It changed the leg, and right to the net it goes. Jose scores his first goal. He wants to go to the finals. Spain 1, Brazil 0.
It was really high-level gameplay of eFootball there, understanding the situation that you have. We were obviously saying, oh, is the cross going to go in? If you know that the cross isn't on, Jose is the type of player, and Spain are the types of players that will not force that ball. Instead, if they have an option to shoot, they will go alone. And it was brilliantly done there by Ansu Fati.
And I think that the surprise element was also very important. I think that even the Brazilian player was expecting the cross. The cross never arrived, and what it did arrive was his first goal. So Spain is ahead on the marker, and here comes Dembélé.
Yes, Dembélé pulls a shot wide, and again, early going, early signs, early feel of the game. Of course,
Yes.
we're not inside the room with the two players, but normally you get like an aura or a sense of this. But it almost feels like Jose is essentially trying to take a hold of this game. 20 minutes gone here, as we say in these high-level games of eFootball. This time will go very quickly. It's not. We haven't adjusted the time at home, folks.
No,
We haven't put 5-minute halves on. This is 10-minute halves, but they will go very quickly, as we see Ronaldo looking to try and get the ball through, but Jules Koundé will take that one clear.
And the thing is, as they don't stop the match so much, that's why it goes faster. And here it comes once again, Jose. Let's see. It's as for the pie. What happens? Varane.
Yeah, brilliant
Cross
challenge
the
from
ball.
Rafa.
Eriksen. He's coming in the middle. Now goes Brazil. Let's see if he can arrange his player. Going for the equalizer.
Sancho in towards Ronaldo. And it's blocked away by Koundé. It's back towards Casemiro.
Good
Frankie
cut
de Jong
by De Jong.
will block that away. Really good play from De Jong. And again, you can just see that almost stereotypical game. He's onside. He's been played onside in the middle. Robert Lewandowski in towards Memphis Depay. Has players this ball. Brilliant roulette. Great manual save. What a great piece of play, both attacking and defensively.
I love that.
Brilliant pieces of play.
I love that. Using the roulette for something useful, getting rid of the defender and kicking into the goal. So I want to say hi to our friends at Birmingham watching the match live.
I tell you what, they'll be slightly sleepy at 4 a.m. in the morning if they are watching this, but if you are up in the Midlands or in the UK or even mainland Europe, you're in for a real treat here as Pedri looks to drive the point to box. He had 2 players open. It's a vital interception there from Manchester United and from Brazil. And as a result now, attack will lead from that defence. Tackle is on. Play on is given. Bruno Fernandes has players in the middle. One of them is Cristiano Ronaldo. Goes the cheeky back heel finish. Doesn't quite come off, but
that was nice.
It's very nice. It's aesthetically pleasing. Unfortunately, does not find the back of the net.
It didn't. Spain is ahead on the marker for just 1 goal. 3 kicks to 2. And here we come again. Brazil with the white shirt, Spain with the dark shirts. Brazil with Manchester United, Spain with Barcelona. And here it comes, Brazil. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Big save there. And it's away again. So again, Spain, similarly to what we saw against the UAE, get their first goal, and now they're hanging on a little bit in this game, but they're trying to just make things work. But Brazil starting to grow into this game. Aaron Wan-Bissaka, neat little step over, takes it, looks to try and maybe play the ball in. It's all those super cancels and fakes. It just tries to bait the defender.
Was tired.
No, but unfortunately,
another loss.
There. Error
another
there.
Win. Another loss.
Here's Wan-Bissaka, Sancho, Ronaldo looking for him.
So great defending from Brazil. A little bit troubled from Spain, a little bit troubled with some errors, but first half is done. It's 1-0 for Spain. He had more of the opportunities. On the latest minute, Brazil was trying to get to an equalizer. He didn't get it. So right now, let's see what happens. They are changing from man marking.
Yeah, there's some good
arranging
things to look out for here.
What to do.
Yeah, you can
tactics.
See there's lots of changes that have just been made there. Just interestingly enough, you just see the little changes that have been made. We're just waiting to see what else is happening here. Of course, we're not in the room with these players, so
no,
again, of course, we're just trying to make sure that sporting integrity is. It's just it makes sure that everything is right in terms of how we're going. Of course, it's good to see that everybody is kind of ready and waiting now to get back onto the field after half-time. As you can see, 56% possession to Spain, 44 to Brazil. Not a lot of chance. Well, there's not been a lot of chances in terms of shots on target. And in terms of what we are seeing, there's not a lot of chances at all. So, again, in these high-level games of eFootball, the margins for error are so minute that you have to take hold of everything.
Very slim. So, this is the halftime. 56% possession for Barcelona, 45 for Manchester United.
And we are off and running once more as Brazil will look to get themselves a goal and equalise and maybe take this to a penalty shootout. Or will it be Spain strengthening the lead and taking game 1 all to themselves? We are about to find out. Here is Ousmane Dembele. Dembele, Rashford takes it away from him. Here's Casemiro on towards Marcus Rashford. Rashford looking forward. What can he do here? Rashford, step over. Tries to just bait the defender, and he has done. He's took the pressure away. He's got Bruno Fernandes back-heeled. What a finish that is! That is the type of skill that you will only see from a player from Brazil. Beautiful back heel, first time strike, wonderful goal. And again, it all came from baiting the defender. If you can bait the defender, you can beat the press. Once you beat the press, you have avenues to go and play football. Wonderful finish. You can see it here. Double team there just on the wing. Gets drawn out. As a result, Bruno Fernandes moves into the middle, has the space for the back heel. And Rashford finds a brilliant finish.
And this movie, it was already seen in Spain. He was winning. He was comfortable with the result. Perhaps he was a little bit on the relaxed side. And that's a toll that you pay. With this equalizer, things start all over again. It's Brazil 1, Spain 1.
They certainly do. Here's Koundé. And a line to Dembele. Spain now have to respond once more. And Brazil might have the impetus now to go and take on the game. But they are going to be having fun here to try and sort this out as Ansu Fati wins the ball back very close in double touch, takes the controlled shot, and it does hit the defender and off it
couldn't
goes.
find. Oh, and now he recovers the ball.
So good at recovering the ball are Spain. Jose, a little bit of a master of pressuring a defender or pressuring a player once he's lost possession. He'll need all of those powers of persuasion as he sees Rashford looking into the box and flashed across goal. If Bruno Fernandes had just moved in there,
yeah, but
Brazil may have looked at 2-1.
It was very difficult for Jose/Barcelona to control this attack. Brazil could make passings at will, and he would just perhaps rushed a little bit because when the crossing nobody was there in order to shoot to the goal.
Yeah, absolutely, and that in itself, it's that small margin of error. If that has a player who's slightly further forward at the back post, it's 2-1 to Brazil, changes the complexion of the game completely. However, we are still at 1-1. We are 60 minutes gone here. We're round about the magical time where you would see players make substitutions and bring on fresh legs and maybe try and unseat an opposition. But at the moment, nobody has blinked. Nobody has elected to pause. As we see Ronaldo in towards Rashford, it's cleared away up towards Robert Lewandowski, and
Barcelona
wins it back.
Barcelona is one of those teams that need a lot of substitutions, you know?
They certainly do, because they play high pressure, they play high octane football. So as a result, you need to make sure you have fresh legs. For me personally, the way that I would normally do these types of substitutions is replace the spine of your team. So maybe take a forward off, take a centre midfielder off, take a defensive centre midfielder off, replace a defender, and then at least then, given what you may come up against, you'll have fresh legs. Wonderful touch there from Lewandowski. Here's Depay, it's blocked off.
Why didn't he shoot with Depay?
Well, that's again, we only can guess at these players because sometimes these players do things that, again, in the coldness of what we're looking at, we can see this. In the heat of battle, the fog comes down.
It may be that he knows that it's not the one with the greatest shot of them all, but you know, when you have that situation, well, let's see. So Ansu Fati is coming out, Rafinha is coming in. Whoa.
Yes.
It was one of the best players in the match, Ansu Fati, but for sure he will be tired.
Interestingly, Robert Lewandowski has gone off and Ferran Torres has come on.
Whoa.
So in terms of what you think game plan wise, it's now gone from being, well, let's not use strength, let's not use a pivot point, let's now use speed. Let's use speed, try and get round a very, I would say, tired backline between Rafael Varane and Harry Maguire.
Yeah.
As we know from uniform stats, stamina can sometimes play an issue with these players because they're not quite the same stamina level that would normally have.
Gavi is in and Dembele is out. These are the 3 modifications.
And also, not to forget, there's a free kick here in relative dangerous position. And please don't forget about the locking of trajectory. It will cause a problem. It will make players think, where is the strike going? As you can see, manual goalkeeper already in effect. Will the pass be on short or will it be a shot? We'll find out now. Here we go. We're going to see here, it's Ferran Torres. Torres goes short, he's got a man up the top, but he's found Pedri, who's found Rafinha. Rafinha goes to the control shot, good save from De Gea. It was an idea, but it was slightly too much. There was also a better pass on if he went further up there. Brazil, sadly, beg your pardon, Spain, had they gone up, there would have been a little bit more of an opportunity there. But block on here. Here's Eriksen to Casemiro to Varane, and Brazil again have done well to get themselves back into the game, have done well to kind of settle themselves down. Again, if you are, these two players both have been involved in penalty shootouts, both will know what it kind of takes at this point. As Ronaldo finds himself onside, Koundé with a brilliant covering challenge. But if you were both sides here, again, as we say constantly, I don't think anybody wants to go to penalty shootouts in this environment.
No, but also I think the penalty shootouts helps you take the blame outside of you.
Maybe that may be the case because you just go, well, you know, the opponent guessed correctly, or I couldn't put it in the place that I wanted to put it, and instead now we see Barcelona on the attack, but Wan-Bissaka intercepts it, and it is back and forth gameplay here, folks. 15 in-game minutes left, plus a little bit of stoppage time, and you've got to think the nerves that these two players may just be under.
And they go by the ground.
Here's Gavi.
Everything keeps earthy.
Gavi's still with it. Maguire will take it away. So again, it's getting down to that last chances of the game, as you normally say. Around about this time, you'll see 2 or 3 more situations where you might see something be able to be put forward. Here's Frankie de Jong. Here's Rafinha on towards Memphis Depay. Depay to Sergio Busquets. And Sancho intercepts it. Now, coming back the other way, Ronaldo. We've seen late goals going across this tournament so far as Ronaldo picks the pocket of the defender. It's Rashford, double touch, takes the control shot. He's got lucky on the rebound, but the defender...
Do you know what? Perhaps Jose should know that he must be a little bit more generous. He's 2 kg and he can pay it with a not so nice surprise on the end of the match.
He can pay the ultimate eFootball price by potentially going 2 goals to 1 down if he's not careful. But also, as we mentioned at the start of this game and during the pre-match, both of these teams are attacking threats, and this may just prove to be one of them. It's Rafinha, Memphis Depay, onto Gavi, on towards Pedri, on towards Gavi. Oh, deflected wide. It's a corner.
Oh, it was almost an own goal.
Almost an own goal, but not quite. As we said already between the two of us, almost is never enough.
No, but it was really close.
It was really close. It's very good play from Barcelona, very good play from Spain. Jose will be looking to maybe try a couple of tricks. Can he find that last ingredient he needs to take this game away from Brazil? Meanwhile, of course, if this ball does get cleared, be careful of the counter-attack as the ball goes into the box. Looks for Ferran Torres. It's cleared away only as far as Frankie de Jong heads it back into danger. And instead, it's Marcus Rashford to lead it away. There's 2 minutes plus, well, 2 minutes plus that has been added onto time here. Marcus Rashford may be happy enough to just take penalties there, although there is a driven ball into the danger zone.
But someone is...
Sancho to Rashford. There's men over here. If Rashford can find one. Oh, it nearly went in. It was under the smart feet.
He went
for the goal.
And now, perhaps the Spanish player is thinking, I should make 1 goal. I'm vulnerable, very vulnerable in the last minute.
There's 1 more chance here. 1 more chance. And you'll see here as well on the right-hand side. You'll see
everyone on the
everyone's
defense.
going back. This will probably be the last action of regulation. What
Yes.
interesting you see on the right-hand side of your screen, what we spoke about yesterday about players to join the attack. Both Harry Maguire and Rafael Varane will be up for this corner. The issue here is that not only have you got those two, you've also got the likes of Casemiro. You've got Ronaldo still in the field. There are aerial threats all around this box. All Brazil have to do is pick one out.
Yes.
Let's see if they can find that magical touch. We are in added time of overtime. Ball into the box from Christian Eriksen. Eriksen into the box. Ronaldo with the flick down. Memphis Depay will clear it, and that will be the last action of regulation. And we are going to penalties.
Penalties it is. Both of the teams were really cagey. They didn't risk much, neither of them. It may be because it's the first match, but you know, as these matches go to penalties, it's the same as if you won 3-0 or if you lose 3-0. Penalty kicks now.
Here we go, Memphis Depay. Here's that almost expected point for the goalkeeper. Depay hits the post, and that is a bit of a miss. The keeper had that covered as well. Brazil almost had that ability to know where that was going. Here's Ronaldo. Steps up to take the strike, puts it down the middle. It's advantage Brazil.
Brazil in the white shirts, advanced, and also they kick in the second turn, which is kind of an advantage.
Ferran Torres, saved by the goalkeeper. That is either a miss or a save from Spain. So now Brazil can really press home this advantage. It's Marcus Rashford up against Inaki Peña. A save is just kept out of the goal.
He's still on the match.
He is still. There's only 1 penalty that's been scored so far, and that belongs to a Manchester United player. Rafinha steps up, and it's down the middle, and it's saved.
Won't he convert even 1?
Well, we will soon find out, as this is getting quite close to danger. Here is Jadon Sancho up against Inaki Peña. Good save again. This is
what is happening
it's
here?
A clinic of penalty saves. Is
Do
what
we
we are
have
seeing
great
here.
goalies or do we have lousy kickers?
I think we have a mixture of guessing games and gamesmanship, as we're seeing. Frankie De Jong.
4
penalty misses, and
in a
this is a key penalty. If
Whoa.
Bruno Fernandes can tuck this away, this will lead to an opening game win for Brazil as Bruno steps up, he puts it down the middle.
And
Brazil take game 1.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is something a little bit unexpected, but you know, I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so. If you don't attack, if you don't propose later on, you may be finally lamenting over this loss. The only way that you may be kind of sure that these things won't happen to you is if you play, if you attack,
yeah.
if you assure your own game. If you just let time pass, let time go by, it may happen like it happened.
Well, the question there is how much of it was Brazil's game plan being implemented that stopped Spain playing the way that they wanted to, or how much of it was Spain's level dipped? Because
I don't know.
You look at the kind of the body language of both players. You look at both players; they're both obviously intensely, involved in the game. You saw how much, as you mentioned, you pointed it out against the United Arab Emirates, the sit back in the chair.
Yes.
You could see what effect it had on Jose, but as you can see from the highlights here, again, it was very high-level gaming of eFootball, wonderfully lob balling. Didn't quite have the header that went with the pass, but you can see here, again, in terms of the ball movement, again, if you are keeping notes at home, double touch that was there. And then it's round the corner here, double touch. And rather than play the pass, rather than not, you know it's not on, instead you play the controlled shot. This one here, again, there's a pretty big opportunity. Again, you're just looking to... and it's a great manual save from Brazil that kept themselves in it.
And that was a great play.
It was a great play at both ends.
Sometimes the highlights serve as a reminder of how many times each player tried to make a goal.
Yeah, exactly. And it will show you the chances that were here. But this there, it's that move from Fernandes into space, allows the ball to come back. And
amazing goal.
It was a great goal indeed. And again, a bit of a manual save there just to move the keeper. Sometimes when you use manual goalkeepers or you take control of the goalkeepers, it's not always about making the save with them. Sometimes it's just moving the positioning to allow the goalkeeper to make that save.
To close the angle.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of what we had late last minute, in terms of this, I would say you said it was a cross-come shot. I think it was a driven or a stunning cross.
Yes.
But the issue was it went far too close to keeper and it looked like a shot. And of course the penalties spoke for themselves. We had 4 red dots for Barcelona and for Spain.
You cannot miss 100% of your penalties.
Yeah, and the gamesmanship here is, folks, if you're watching at home, if you're moving the goalkeeper and you move him to one side of the goal, it's gamesmanship, because you can either you can either try and be too smart and try and put it into the opposite corner, and you're going to hope that the keeper can't get across to make the save, as we've just seen there. Or if you try and put it into the goalkeeper's side, the goalkeeper might just stand there and you still look foolish. So if you have the keeper in the center of the goal, it's actually a lot harder to make saves.
So this was really balanced.
Really
balanced.
balanced.
More interceptions in the Brazilian side. All the rest of the numbers are almost an exact mirror. So I think that for the second match, we can expect Jose to come forward, to go and look for the win.
Yep.
For surely he will have to risk more. He will have to go a little bit more forward on the field.
Yep.
Expecting the other player to make a mistake, I think, is not enough anymore.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've again, similarly what we saw in the first game for Spain, they have to make a response now. There has to be a response. There has to be, you've taken what you have played against and you've now worked against what it is. It's a very quick turnaround in games, as you've just seen. We've just about finished the penalty shootout, and mentally you have to pick yourself off the floor. But you're straight back into game 2, and that's where the pressure's on. So
exactly.
Again, if mistakes are gonna be here, it's gonna be thanks to. If mistakes are gonna be here, it's gonna be due to a forced error, not an unforced one. Here's Robert Lewandowski.
and I think this match would be way better than the match before, because for sure Jose, the Spanish guy with Barcelona, has to win. If not, he's out of the tournament. And on the other hand, Brazil can risk a little bit more. So he won't be so cagey, he won't be so controlled when coming to the attack, because he knows that a goal will get him really near the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And goals at this point, we said already throughout this tournament, goals are a premium. They're a premium currency here. They are something that you need. You know, you don't get by in tournaments by winning 0-0. Because by its definition, it's not a win. So you have to go and score. And of course, in being in this scenario of being either in or out, you're going to have to go for it. And again, you're going to have to sacrifice. You're going to have to maybe give something up defensively to allow yourself something offensively, as we see.
These are the matches we'll have. Barcelona starting to make some tries from the right. Let's see if Brazil can answer to that. And there it goes, Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's Dembele who's intercepted. I mean, and again, if you are just joining us, left to right is Brazil, right to left is Spain. You have Manchester United versus Barcelona. This is a best of three. And in terms of the rule set that we're working with, it is uniform stats. So, again, if you see some rather odd substitutions by names you may not necessarily be familiar with, these guys will be. So, we'll keep you across all of them as Ansu Fati looks to make an inroad, but Wan-Bissaka will take it away. Here is Marcus Rashford. Rashford, neat little back heel through the legs of Frankie de Jong. Here's Christian Eriksen. Back to Rashford.
Good dribbling.
Good dribbling. Very good dribbling indeed. Here's Eriksen. Will he get the ball into the box? He will. It's a driven, stunning cross across the box, and it's cleared away by
That was
Waid.
a neat opportunity. Going to the right, looking for the end of the field, the pitch, and having the crossing, the aerial crossing.
Absolutely indeed. Here is Pedri. Here is Depay. Frankie de Jong. Just trying to be slid through to Lewandowski. The ball goes back to the keeper. It was charged down and judged to be a little bit too aggressive by Robert Lewandowski. And again, as a reminder for those who may or may not just be waking up, or, you know, again, looking at time differences, you may just be waking up to watch this. You may be going to dinner. You may be going to lunch. Spain have to win this game to stay in the competition. That is the brass taxes of it. But Robert Lewandowski has broken through with his physicality. Lewandowski just tried to get through, and he will go for a corner. Lewandowski realised he was going to lose that foot race, and he wanted help, but instead he met a Manchester United defender. Here is Ousmane Dembele.
Here does come Spain. Look at the cheeks. Look at Jose's cheek. He's blowing.
Yeah, he really is. He's feeling it at the moment. Here's Frankie de Jong. Goes for the long-range curler. We haven't seen too many of those in eFootball over the course of the World Esports Championships here in Bali. But sometimes it does call for it, those types of opportunities. Here is de Jong.
And Brazil, on the other hand, has no rush.
Well, they know they've got at least another game if they need it. Spain, on the other hand, know they haven't got that luxury. This ball goes back to David De Gea.
And I couldn't quite understand why doesn't Brazil risk. But that may explain why I'm not a professional player and he is.
Well, if you know that you've got a game in hand, you know that you can just try and you can not necessarily try new things, but you know that you can wait for the absolute best opportunity. You don't have to go. You don't have to go all out attack. You don't have to go out all guns blazing. Instead, actually, you can be a little bit more considered. You can be a little bit more.
And perhaps you speculate with the other players' need.
Yeah, yeah, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of when you're watching games, players taking each other out of their rhythms. So you're looking at it here as that Wan-Bissaka gets the ball back. Here's de Jong, though, who wins it back again. Ansu Fati has Lewandowski in the box. What can Lewandowski pull off here? What can Ansu Fati pull off here? Apologies, my commentary. I was thinking too far ahead. That's me as a player thinking, Lewandowski's in the box. We can get the ball in there. But looking at how this game is developing and evolving, we're looking at Brazil. We're looking at how they've started off the game. And They've not had that many chances. They haven't had to necessarily have those chances. And they haven't necessarily had to push the issue. I think that might change, though, if we see a goal from Spain early in the second half, or even not before the first half is over. Although we may just see a goal here as Bruno Fernandes, it's given away poorly to Pedri.
So you're watching here the loser bracket. One of these two guys will be able to recover from yesterday's loss.
Speaking of recovery, here's Pedri to the pie. Good save for the goalkeeper, and Lewandowski couldn't sweep it away. That's a half chance for Spain.
Yes,
and as you were rightly saying, one of these guys has got to go. One goes to the final, one goes out of the competition.
And it's just one half-time away for this match. This is the second match of a maximum of 3. The first one was won by Brazil in the penalty shootout. This one, it must be won by Spain, or if not, Brazil will advance to the next stage, and Jose from Spain, the professional player, will end his participation in this competition.
Yeah, and like I say, it's a shame that we have to lose one of these two, because both have provided so much entertainment for us to cast over and so much entertainment for us to witness and see across the board here. And again, we are hoping to see more of the same in this game.
So here we come. This is the second half. The most important match of the day, the most important half of the day. Everything will be defined, that's the way you say it, will be defined in this half. Spain has the obligation to win this match, but
Ronaldo.
Here it comes, Brazil.
Can't get the ball across the box, though. It's a little bit fortunate to get that ball through in the first place. It took a ricochet or two, and he just managed to get his way through there. But again, in terms of eFootball, you kind of have to make your own fortune sometimes. Here is Casemiro. Forward to Bruno Fernandes, but that'll be snuffed out. Here's Pedri, taking down the midfield, nothing given. Here's Sergi Busquets.
A big
Ansu Fati.
Big hug for the fans in the USA, especially my friend Antonio Leon. Thank you for watching us.
It's good to hear from the likes of Antonio. Again, a community almost icon, as it were, on that part of the world. But it's good to have people in watching and engaging in the chat. Of course, let us know who you're rooting for. Of course, we do have the main event stage coming up over the next couple of days, and that will be very interesting to see. And of course, we need to see who finishes that off here. And here's Bruno Fernandes, who might have something to say about who does. Sancho takes a double touch, looks to get the shot away.
Ooh.
Oh, he bought himself time.
Yeah, but I think having the ball surprised him. He was thinking, I'm going to lose it, I'm going to lose it, I'm going to lose it. And then he said, oh, I didn't lose it.
You could see you could see the teammate press that was engaged there, and you could also see the player press that was there. So there was double coverage. And yeah, you're quite right. I don't think they realised that ball was going to fall to them. I think they thought, that ball's going to end up at a Barcelona player's feet, and instead it ended up high, wide, and not very handsome. Here's Ousmane Dembele. Brilliant little touch from the Frenchman. What can he do here? He's up against his compatriot Rafael Varane, and Bruno Fernandes will take that away. Here's Casemiro on towards Marcus Rashford. Rashford across the way to Jadon Sancho.
Some energy lacking in Barcelona. We
Little
can
bit.
feel that both players are tired, of course, are drained. This is like the very last effort and the most important one.
As Jose said to me a couple of days ago, it's not just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue.
Yeah.
The focus and intense focus you've got to have here. Speaking of focus, Memphis Depay, it's a good save from the goalkeeper. But the focus that goes into esports across all of the disciplines that you would see at the World Esports Championships, the focus that it must take out of you, and I remember it well as well, you're focused and you're engaged in what you're doing, it must take it out of you. Here is Christian Eriksen looking to roll it through, but Busquets will put a foot down and take that clear. But that must take an effect. Here is Christian Eriksen. Knocked away by Sergio Busquets. Busquets looking forward. Ansu Fati. Ansu Fati, what can he conjure up here for Jose? Lewandowski to Pedri. Pedri still with it. Dummies inside, takes the shot. It's blocked away. And as my co-colleague will tell you, that was massively an opportunity.
Yes, he's losing he doesn't have much opportunities, and the ones he had, he couldn't even shot at targets. You know.
It's good defending as well. So
yes,
not
of
only
course.
it's great attacking play.
Yes, of course.
It's great attacking play to get into those positions, but from a defensive point of view, it's even better to nullify those
Yes.
positions.
Yes. So Brazil does an invisible job of not letting Spain get the ball. So the only times that Barcelona has the ball in attack, it's never a clear situation. It's never a comfortable play. There's always someone there to cut the ball. There's always there to close the angles. There's always there to keep them offside. So great defending from Brazil. It might not be the most visually appealing. So we are not seeing here like crosses and kicks, but we are seeing an invisible job of making it uncomfortable for Spain.
Yeah, it's the game within the game. It's this tactical back and forth. It's, you know, as we said, not all of these games that you will see will be goal-ridden, but they will still provide food for the soul, because you'll look at these games and you will think, this is a tactical battle, and this feels like it at the moment, because I don't know whether the tactic here from Brazil is to just try and maybe take it to a penalty shootout again, because they were so successful in game one with it. But that's a very dangerous ploy if that is the case, because you're giving all of the invites to Spain to say, come on, bring it on, we'll take the pressure.
But when you see that your opponent missed 4 penalties in a row, it's not a bad situation to force a penalty shootout once again. And you always have the third match in case you need it.
Absolutely, indeed you do, as the ball goes flying through and it's cleared away from danger. It's 15 minutes to go.
It's like Manchester United goalkeeper hadn't come into play in the whole match.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it hasn't had to come out. Or he's made 1 or 2 saves as the United goalkeeper, but it just feels as though we're heading for another penalty shootout. If well, certainly things stay the same, but the feel of the game, it doesn't feel as though there's somebody that's going to really kind of take this game by the scruff of the neck and say, look, this is my game. I'm hoping I'm wrong, of course, because from a broadcast standpoint, we'd love to see it as Lewandowski breaks in on goal. He's got Varane for company. Lewandowski takes a shot, it's saved. Wan-Bissaka will clear.
First time that the goalkeeper has some danger coming his way. It was a good shot. It was a power shot. He gave the rebound, but the defender was really, really where he needed to go to be in order to keep the ball away.
Yeah,
great defending.
Positioning on the defence there was very, very good. Again, we're so used to seeing kind of saved shots that get rebounded. We're so used to seeing them see the back of the net that in terms of what we've just seen there, it's almost the anomaly. We're so not used to it. But again, this is the level of eFootball that is on display here, as Wan-Bissaka will take that ball clear. Here's Bruno Fernandes was trying to give and go with him. Instead, Rafinha has given the ball back. It's Ferran Torres, double touch, looks for the one round the corner. Instead, it is cleared away. Again, time ticking away here. And all of a sudden, there's a little bit of room here for Brazil to kind of get forward, but there is nothing really there.
Much relegated. He has just one man on the attack. You cannot expect to make a goal.
Yes, indeed. There was a charge up for a driven or a stunning opportunity there, or at least a stunning pass, but that was a danger that was avoided. Here is Spain, and we're looking at 1 minute, well, 2 minutes at a time. We're into the first minute of those minutes.
He's not risking.
Anthony Elanga trying to get forward. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there was a risk element to it. And 0-0, which is a very rare one in eFootball eSports.
Yes, yeah, because Jose didn't get his way through. He never got hold of the match. He had just one opportunity on the last part of the second half. It was a good shot.
And you can see there, one shot in total for Brazil.
Yes, Brazil didn't try at all. I don't know why.
Unless the game plan here is, as we said, if the game plan is to steer it towards a penalty shootout. Here's Anthony Martial. Martial takes the strike. Makes the save, though, does Barcelona.
See?
Penalties
You
can be
never
your
know.
friend or your enemy, depending
never
on your
know.
viewpoint. Here is Ferran Torres. You see the pointing on again here. David De Gea looking to try and make the save. Ferran Torres, brilliant penalty, tucked away there.
First penalty. So now things changed. You know,
Yep.
we come from 4 missed penalties.
First one taken and first one put in, which is a great confidence boost if you are Spain. Here comes Brazil with Anthony Alanga. It's another save for Spain.
And now the tables have turned.
Now the turntables turn. Again, if Barcelona could really take the driver's seat here, and Spain could really do with getting this penalty in. Here's Robert Lewandowski. Lewandowski steps up and scores.
It's 2-0.
2-0 to
Very
Spain
good
in the penalty shootout.
Very good difference.
Here's Ronaldo up against Inaki Pena. Oh, roofed into the top of the net. That's the type of penalty you'll see from Ferreira. High and hard into the top of the net is Rafinha.
Let's see.
It's
This
David
one
De Gea.
is very important.
Very, very important penalty. Rafinha, pressure kick and pressure scores.
And 3 it goes. From now on, Brazil cannot miss a single penalty.
They have to score, and it's Bruno Fernandes, Manchester United's penalty taker extraordinaire, and he scores to prove that point.
He scored. The
And now,
difference is 1.
the difference is only 1, but this will be...
If Jose makes it, we have a 3rd match.
This will be a deciding penalty. If scored, we are going to game 3. It's Frankie de Jong against David De Gea. Scores!
And he scores. And he scores. And we have a 3rd match. And you know what? Today, all of the matches that were best of 3, in all of the matches, we went to the 3rd match.
Well, such is the level here that
Yes.
you would expect. Such is the level. It's exactly what you would expect from both
Yes.
teams. You'd expect,
Yes.
or even all 4 teams that we saw today.
Yes,
You'd
yes.
expect a game 3 from everybody, because that is the level we're at. And of course, we are here with 2 countries and 2 teams who are the world's best. In Jose, in FUT 10, you have 2 outstanding players of eFootball. And as we said, if we could take both of them with us, folks, we would. Unfortunately, one of them has to go.
And how do you prepare this last match? If you were either of them, you know that everything goes in just 1 match. There is no more second opportunities. There's no more revenge. Everything comes to 1 match.
If it comes to 1 match, you're going to have to hold your nerve. As we'll see in the highlights here, you're going to have to hold your nerve. You're going to have to be defensively sound. It doesn't matter about necessarily the attack. You need to be defensively sound. We saw the outside of the box shot there from Frankie de Jong. You can see that these chances for Spain were there in the game. Of course, the game in regulation finished 0-0, which again is a needle in a haystack. It's that rare within esports, within eFootball, that even I looked at you very, very weirdly and said, "Well, it's a 0-0.
What happened?
What's the go? Where's the goal?"
What
But
happened?
chances were here, and chances went by the wayside. Then it came to penalties, and it was almost a role reversal. The first penalty shootout that we saw, where Brazil could not get their act together in terms of penalty kicks. As you'll see, Alanga forced into a save. You'll see Lewandowski trying to extend the lead as he did, and there was some very calm penalties from Spain. And with Ronaldo, roof of the net, and finally got himself on the sheet there. But again, it was Rafinha made it 3-1. I think that was the real difference maker in the shootout. As you see, Fernandes scores, and then it was the key one there from Frankie de Jong. The Flying Dutchman managed to put away the final penalty.
And also, by now, the other thing is that would you count on a penalty shootout? Because it was 1 for each. I don't know.
Well, if the form book goes with it, as we'll take a look at the stats, if the form book suggests it, penalties will be called for in game 3. That seems to almost be the thing. But if you look there, interestingly, the stat that was there was 1 shot on in anger, let alone on target. It wasn't on target, and you can see on the left-hand side, bottom-hand side of your screen, you can see 4 saves forced by Brazil's goalkeeper. And then as a result, that kind of shows you that Spain were the aggressor there. If you were, you know, if it was a boxing fight, you'd be looking to a decision by the judges. They'd win on points, and rightfully so that they kind of took that one away, because again, as we saw in the first game, their penalties were not great at all.
No, not at all. So by now, perhaps the Brazilian players was thinking, if we go to penalties, this is done. This
Yep.
is easy for me. Well, it's not that case anymore. One penalty shootout for Spain, one penalty shootout for Brazil. We're going to the third match. Everything happens now.
Exactly, it does. And before we get to that,
Yes.
of course, we've got to make sure that, of course, all of the people who you have seen across here in terms of all of our players, our partners and sponsors, and everything that you can see here has been made possible by, in terms of at the 14th. I can't believe it's been 14 of these.
14th.
How they've only had me for
Yes.
one, I'm not sure. 14th World Esports Championships has been supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemen Pora, NOC and Kony. And thanks to our sponsors, I'll let you run.
JHL Group, the JHA Auto, the Nusa Pay, the DAS, Gungdan Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndyHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel, Meruzaka Nua Dua, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football, E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID.
And then, of course, in terms of our media partners, we've got Net TV, Trans2Ju, Deticom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dens TV, Dens Play, Metaputir, Bola Score, and Kami Biak.
Thanks to all of them, and thank you especially for being there. Thank you for sharing these streams, for subscribing to each channel in order to always be there, never miss a match. And of course, if you didn't done it yet, please put your notifications on, because we're coming with even greater matches every day.
And you'll never know what time we start as well, folks, because again, you'll need those notifications on to find out about these types of games. And of course, who wants to miss Spain versus Brazil in a best of three, a final game, and it goes to a decider, and it goes to the winner of this match going through to the main event finals.
This is the most important one of the day.
I can only imagine that there are audiences within this resort, mind you. There will be players that were watching this to look and analyse a gameplay and trying to pick out essentially, if they're in the next round, who do we go against? How do they play? And more importantly, some nations may actually be looking to educate themselves in terms of, well, actually, here's some tips that we can pick up, because, again, as we've said, these two players, two of the very best on the planet at this moment in time. So if you are looking to pick up lessons, folks, grab a paper and pen and sit down and take a look and analyse on what you can see, because you might see stuff that me and Fredita may even not see.
Why not? Why not? Or get a VHS tape and put record on your VCR. Doesn't work that way anymore?
Not no more. Not no more.
Excuse me.
But of course, we are here with all jokes and all laughter aside. There is a very serious nature of this game.
Of course.
In terms of, as we spoke about before, we touched on this game at the start. Two fan bases that are massively passionate about football.
Yes.
Two massive nations that are massively passionate about their esports. So, for Spain and Brazil, this is the last chance saloon. You are the last person. The bell has gone at the bar for time, and now you are waiting to see who's the first one out the door. And I think here we're looking at just how important this can be. And of course, every little change that can be made will be made. Every little tiny, minute thing, as much as you may look at it and think, well, that won't do anything, Wes. Well, do you know what? To these players, it means everything. To make these little changes,
of course,
every little thing will count to these guys. Here
so
is
once
Fred.
again, it's Barcelona with the dark shirts, that would be Spain. Brazil with the white shirts with the Manchester United.
Here is Ousmane Dembele. So it is Spain from left to right and Brazil from right to left. You are just joining us. This is delicately poised. This is 1-1 in a best of three. The winner of this match will go through to the main finals eliminator, where 7 other nations are awaiting them. And I'm sure that those guys will be very much actively viewing this wherever they may pick this stream up, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube.
Yesterday we saw some players here at the hotel looking at the stream in their phones.
Yep.
Because, you know, everything is important to watch your next rival, to see what he can make. Every detail, every little detail, as Wes has said a minute before, perhaps they see something that nobody else sees. Or the other way around, perhaps they can benefit on something that we comment and they didn't see before. So here we are, for Spain, Brazil, Brazil, Spain. There's just room for one
There is
of these teams.
There can only be one that goes through to this main finals eliminator, and again, it's delicately poised. It's like you're going into a china shop with a ball. You don't want to touch anything in case something gets knocked over, and this might just be one of those occasions where everything hits the floor, because right now this is anybody's, and it really is. I can't underestimate, or I just repeat myself, I can't understate, should I say, just how important this game is to both players.
So here we are, this 0-0.
Here we go. It looked like it was going to go through to Ronaldo, but Spain will recover the ball. Spain looking to drive forward. Pedri to Dembele, to Lewandowski, on towards Ousmane Dembele. He has Harry Maguire for company. Dembele, though, has runners. As you can see them all pointing themselves out at the top of the screen there. You can see 3 or 4 players all with their hand out to say, give me the ball. They want the ball, and they want it in the Brazilian penalty box, but the Brazilian defence will say, no, we don't want that anywhere near us, and they will try their own counter-attack here. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes had an opportunity to maybe play Rashford in there. He tried to go one more outside, and instead Ansu Fati recovers the ball. Here's Zaid. Ball goes wide to Ansu Fati. Ansu Fati to Frankie de Jong. Memphis Depay. Frankie de Jong. It's cleared away by Harry Maguire. Bruno Fernandes. It's Frankie de Jong who intercepts it. Takes the ball away. Here is Pedri. Pedri looking forward. He has Lewandowski in support. If he uses it, he will do. He's got Memphis Depay potentially at the back post if he wants to use it. Lewandowski, though, smartly plays it back to Dembele. Double touch there. He's driving into the box. We've seen double touches before from Jose.
Whoa.
Taken down there.
Whoa.
Surely that was a penalty, but the ref plays on. Bit of controversy there in terms of the referee, but
once
the ball
again,
is still there.
Is Jose the one proposing the calls?
He certainly
trying
is.
to attack?
He certainly is trying to attack as Robert Lewandowski. The ball was lifted over, but just not quite enough.
Brazil is focusing more on the defense side, because he knows that on the counter-attack, on the long run, he may have 1 or 2 chances. This is the typical match between a team that attacks, that proposes, that tries, and another one that stands back, wait.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very finely poised game here as Dembele looks to make his way into the box once more. Speed boost a little bit out of the way there is Pedri. Looks to double touch, plays it, ball inside. It's Ousmane Dembele. Chance! A goal!
And I think it's fair. You know
Robert
what?
Lewandowski.
I think it's fair, my friend, because there was just one team trying to make a goal. There was just one team trying to play the ball, to look for opportunities. The other one was really cagey, just expecting, just letting the minutes go by. So I think it's fairly enough. 1 goal for Spain, 0 for Brazil. Look at the chat.
Brilliant, brilliant play. It's that reverse ball inside pass, and a little bit of fortune, might I add, is that strike, it looked like it was going to go in the corner, but I'm not quite sure if it was. And instead, you see a big deflection there that Rafael Varane will take care of. But
I think
in this moment,
without the deflection, the ball was going to the net anyway.
But in this moment, it's that element that you described.
Yes.
You need that little bit of luck, but the skill that went with it beforehand cannot be underestimated.
Now, how do you help the luck now? I mean, you are on Jose's feet. What do you do?
If I'm Jose, I mean, looking at it, you kind of go as you were, because you're in control of the game. You don't necessarily need to make any changes. You're the one that's gone the goal up. Again, you're going to be confident in your gameplay. You've certainly took the lead, but you've got to be careful of what's going on behind you, and you've got to be not so risky in defence. So I would almost be a little bit British about it, and I'd start clearing the ball as and when I need to. Or you could potentially increase your lead, which might be on the cards here. Lewandowski slides it across the box. What an opportunity that was. That's a fantastic save.
So what I think is that he must attack even more, because what we've seen on previous match is that when he returns to his goal, when he relegates, is that okay? No.
Yeah, no, we'll take that.
When he relegates to his field, he's more vulnerable than when he's attacking. Perhaps his defense is not as good as his attack. So why would you go to your goal if you can keep attacking?
Yeah, good point. And apologies, relegates is not the correct word. Retreats is the word you're looking for. It's
Okay.
Russia makes it way in, and it's offside.
In
Obviously,
Spanish is relegado.
Yeah. So of course, as you may be aware, English is not Ferita's first language.
Of course.
But absolutely, you've done a sterling job so far,
Thank
my
you very
friend.
much, my friend. I'm trying to get my ideas across the translation, the Fierita translation.
We'll get Ferita translate. That's what we'll get for you. That's where you see Memphis Depay looking to make an inroad. Goes for a stunning strike, and keeper, it was looping, but De Gea was okay, and he managed to get both hands on it.
So
but time will tick on.
As long as he keeps attacking, he has no risk.
Well, the greatest thing you can do to an opponent when you're a goal up is take the ball away from them. You don't give them the opportunity to come back and get an equaliser. So this is where Jose needs to go into that kind of defensive locker and just make sure that he's absolutely pinpoint. But also, in attack, in possession, you need to use the ball. You need to hold the ball. You need to make sure that you don't allow Brazil to counter-attack. But of course, if you're Brazil and you're chasing the game, every time you get that ball, you need to not panic. You need to stay calm. You need to then make your passes as we go to half-time.
Half-time is over, so it's 1-0 for Spain. I think it's a fair result.
I think so far, in the balance of the game, yes, absolutely. I mean, you can see there, no shots allowed for Manchester United for Brazil. So it is a stifled first half from Spain. They are frustrated and they have got their goal. And as we said about changing your game or fitting your game plan or making sure that your game plan is the one that people are playing to, Brazil, we've seen no skill moves. We've seen no real super cancels or dribbles at this point because, again, the issue is to try and get the ball forward for them. They're not necessarily thinking of. They're thinking of just getting the ball forward.
Now he's changing his formation. He's putting 3 people on the forward. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, that is a.
Jose starts taking his people a little bit
back, but you can see there as well what the design is. The design there is to pack the midfield. It's to pack the midfield, try and get hold of the ball, and start to play good eFootball. The issue is, though, is that when you've got players that are set to AMF, or as attacking midfielder, for those of you who may not be well versed in eFootball, that means that their first port of call and their first ideas are to think about going straight forward. So maybe a little bit defensively vulnerable now, especially playing 3 at the back as well. You've got all of these players that are going to be going forward, but you can see it's like almost like a 3-4-3 diamond that's come into play on the right-hand side of your screen for Brazil. Meanwhile, Spain, of course, looking to just man-mark players and ensure that they've got everything they need to start closing players down.
Man-marking once again.
And they will choose their man-marking wisely here as well. They'll pick particular players to go and take on. For example, they're man-marking in AMF. They're man-marking in AMF. They're man-marking strikers. They're man-marking players that are, they would suggest, would be dangerous. But, of course, everybody is a danger within eFootball as we see the ball go forward. And Araujo take it clear. Dembele to Pedri. Lewandowski occupying a right-hand side role, which, again, it's a neat little tactic to have because you have your attacker out wide or your wide man who can link play on the right-hand side of the field as Harry Maguire gets the better of Ousmane Dembele.
So for those of you tuning in right in, this is the final match. Whoever wins this match is going to the finals.
They are indeed. There's an offside call for Spain, just offside.
Everything comes to half a match.
Everything is. It's down to these last, we got 51 minutes on the clock here. It's going to be another 40 minutes of in-game play. But as we said, the longer this ball stays in play, the quicker that clock will tick down and the more pressure that will be added. Here's Ansu Fati. Ansu Fati looking down the line here. What can he do? It's against Casemiro. He's turned inside. Ansu Fati does a double touch, but Donny van der Beek will take it clear, and he's got the deflection, which means that they have won the ball back for a goal kick.
So here we are once again. This is the last match for today, we are looking for the final team that will pass into the final round of 8 that we will be start playing tomorrow.
Absolutely.
In search of the great final.
And it's not over yet as Bruno Fernandes finds Anthony Martial! And that is one of those brilliant pieces of skill. Not only is it the double touch which takes away this opportunity here, but it's the ability of knowing that a goalkeeper has gone manual. One of the best things that I have learned over the course of the years is that against a manual goalkeeper, the minute you see it get selected, or the second that you see it, it's shoot as hard as you can. And again, it sounds stupid, it sounds silly, but those at home who are playing eFootball, give it a try. The next time you see that happen in gameplay, have a shot at the near post or have a shot on goal the minute you see it selected and see how it goes, because at the moment, we're back to level.
If we go stereotypical, these players have switched.
Yeah, they have once more. Yeah,
their passports, because Brazil plays like usually Spanish players
and
used
Spain
to play.
are playing like Brazil.
And Spain is playing like usually Brazil players used to play. With a great attack, but not so great defense. The minute he loses the ball, the minute he's in danger.
Yeah, and he's back in danger once more here. Here's Marcus Rashford. Rashford's got men in the middle. He's got Ronaldo, one of them. It's ricocheted away for a corner.
Oh,
Very, very close indeed. Very, very, very close.
So remember, we are not having any extra time. If this game ends tied, we go to the penalty shootout. I hope it doesn't get that far. I hope some of these two players may win on the field, because I consider it more fair.
Oh, yeah, you'd want it settled in regulation.
Yeah.
You know, you'd want it settled across a 90-minute game. That's what we would want. But obviously what you want and what you get are two very different things. And the issue with it, of course, as well, let's just point something out here. Brazil changed their game plan to 3-4-3 to chase the game.
Yes.
They've scored, and they're still playing 3-4-3.
Okay.
They still want to go for this. So you may get your wish. We may get a late charge. We may get a late goal. We could get a multitude of scenarios. Again, we'll find out in the next 25 in-game minutes which scenario we're going to get, as Fernandes has to put that one into the box. Punch clear by the goalkeeper. Depay collides as he heads it away. Big collision, but Harry Maguire will recover it. Rafael Varane, Brazil, through ball to Ronaldo. Great instep there by Araujo. It's cleared away here. Here's Anthony Martial, Donny van der Beek. It's cleared away by Spain. Here is Gavi. You'll pardon us if we go a little bit quiet on the commentary team. We are engrossed in how this is going to happen.
Yes, of course.
It's the attention on this and the attention to detail is of another level. Here's Frankie de Jong to Ferran Torres.
And here comes Spain.
And here comes
Spain. He needs one goal.
He needs one, but it's wasteful.
Any of them, both of them are willing for just one goal.
You've got to think that one goal would seal it, given the level of play we have seen so far. It's Rafinha.
Do you remember the say, el que hace el gol, gana.
The one who makes the goal
wins. Exactly,
Indeed.
that's it.
Indeed.
That's it.
Here's Bruno Fernandes, blocked off by Frankie de Jong. De Jong plays it forward to Pedri.
And today
away by
is
Casemiro.
that more than ever. The one who makes the goal
normally wins the game. As Riyad will take that ball clear. He was very close to giving it away, and Rashford would have had players on to help him as Rafinha looks to maraud down that left-hand side. Depay, Rafinha with the driven cross into the box. It's cleared away by Harry Maguire. And here's Marcus Rashford. Lets it roll through his legs, but again, Wade is there to take it away. Here is Rafinha once more. Takes a speed burst, does something a little bit different. It's what maybe will be the order of the day here if Jose can win this game. He wins a free kick, though.
A very interesting free kick.
May lead to a goal-scoring opportunity if it can be worked correctly. The plays that you see for the set pieces, they're only as valuable as if you can make them count. That's
true.
So as much as it is, we've got 9 in-game minutes left, plus a little bit of stoppage time. You can see
I can't
Rafinha.
believe this goes to a penalty shootout.
I'm hoping it doesn't. I hope we get a winner. Not to think that I wouldn't be happy seeing a penalty shootout, but you'd love to see a game winner here.
Of course, but these guys are a little bit conservative, I must say.
They are, certainly at this point, but this goes to show you the level of what we are looking at, because again, I'm looking at your papers here, and we've seen maybe 5 or 6 goals over the course of nearly 3 games.
Yes.
Which is,
Yes.
again, tells you the level and the caliber of what you are seeing here. Is Anthony Martial.
And how these guys love their defense.
They certainly do, but Martial looking to break that defense, but unfortunately, he has given the ball away. And Memphis Depay to Rafinha. Memphis Depay, and he's been tricked by the oh, that's cynical. I was about to say, Brazil trigger the offside trap. They get caught. Rafinha goes through. And again, if that happened in my house, there'd be words said. That's a very cynical challenge, but it's one that needs to be made. But critically, Rafael Varane has been sent off.
He sacrificed one player for a goal.
You've got 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I
so
think
how
it's
much
okay.
damage is that going to make? The only thing I'm thinking about is there's only three at the back. As Rafinha gets blocked off in the challenge there. But if there's 3 players at the back and one of them was your centre back and they've been sent off, it now means that there's a big gap there. But is there enough time for Spain to try and exploit it?
I don't think so. He was cucked again of the offside. When you have one less defender, it's even easier to have people.
And you'll see there Casemiro being instructed as an auxiliary.
And Bruno Fernandes as well.
And Bruno Fernandes. So it's everybody back here.
Yes.
So again, if you were wondering what was the game plan in the early going, we certainly know what the game plan is for the last 10 minutes, or the last 5 minutes of the game.
It's hugging the penalty shootout.
Exactly. Everybody get back, because we need defenders and we need them in abundance. And as a result, and you can see Malacia coming on there, but you can see
Casemiro
as a centre-back. And I know I've seen Casemiro play centre-back in real life. I'm not sure what he's like in terms of eFootball, but he's not too bad he's not too bad of an auxiliary defender that you would call upon. You see checking of stats, and I would imagine that during practices and scrimmages, these guys may not necessarily be used to going down to 10 men, so that's why you might be seeing the checking of stats to make sure that they are the right types of players to bring on. Because ultimately, if you have a game plan, you have your set substitutions that you'll bring on, ultimately, if this will kind of almost be a shock a little bit.
But, you know, there is very little time.
There is indeed. There is very little time on the clock, but as you said before, when you've seen very late kind of tactical tweaks and substitution, why would you do it so late? Every second on that clock will count for them, and that is true of any of the games we've seen. We've seen it with Brazil against the Netherlands in terms of that last-minute goal from Choupo-Moting. It was their header to beat the Netherlands 3-2 in the first game. We've seen every second count for Spain, especially when they're playing against Thailand and trying to find their way through the first game, but then they managed to complete a demolition job in the second. Now we've got, 3 in-game minutes plus a little bit of stoppage time, and you can see, again, full concentration is on both of those phases. Here is Cristiano Ronaldo. Koundé intercepts it.
He will try the last one.
There is one more chance here, potentially 3 minutes
wants
added on.
to
Here's
pass
Memphis
on the last
Depay.
one.
Memphis Depay, can he go all the way here? Still Memphis Depay. Slides to try and take the pass. Harry Maguire will take the ball away. Pedri puts the block in.
I think we're heading for the penalty shoot.
I think we could be. In 3 games.
Jose is blowing.
There's 3 games that will potentially go to penalties. 3 games where players cannot be separated in regulation time. Again, hasten to make the point. It's just how much they can't be separated. But Anthony Martial may try and separate himself, but Araujo wins the challenge. And now
penalty shoot it
we
is.
have a penalty shootout. We kind of alluded to it beforehand. Because we saw 2, we said, well, I don't think either one of these players can be separated within regulation. It will probably go to penalties again here. And as the kind of the tail of the tape, you'll see there, 1 shot and 1 goal for Manchester United.
Well,
that was all they required.
How little they attack.
And here comes Memphis Depay to start the penalty shootout. Now this has got every piece of drama, every piece of tension. Depay against De Gea. Depay, it's saved in the earliest penalty. It is Brazil with the save. No emotion because they know the job is not finished. Either team, they know that Spain will know that they can still get back in this. Brazil will know they can press home the advantage. Martial, saved! And that's why we always see almost the poker faces as a wry smile from Brazil, knowing that they'd made a
Why
little bit of an
are
error.
always the first penalties the one that missed?
Because there's always more tension behind that first penalty as Ferran Torres looks to shape to shoot. Great finish there from Ferran Torres, which makes it 1-0 to Spain in the penalty shootout. How will Brazil respond? It's Ronaldo. Ronaldo saved!
And now
it is advantage
Spain
Spain.
Is one penalty ahead.
They are indeed, if they can press it home. And they also critically are taking penalties first in this shootout. Rafinha shapes up to take the shot, makes it 2-0, which puts all of the pressure onto Brazil.
Yes. Would you prefer starting in the shootout or coming in second?
I would prefer to start. It would put a little bit more pressure on my opponent. It's Bruno Fernandes. Will that pressure tell? It's a brilliant penalty.
Excellent.
Right into the side netting of the goal.
Excellent.
No keeper in the world will stop those. And we are to 2-1 here. Yeah, you'd want to be in this type of position. You'd want to be box seat. You'd want to be the guy who's starting this off as Gavi looks to take a penalty and scores just about. You can see the reaction from Brazil. You can see they were...
Because he knows now...
He knows he could have just got a hand to it, and instead Gavi had too much power, and that's why you put full power on those penalties.
This may be the last one.
This could potentially be.
If Spain saves, he goes by to the next
Fred
series.
Against Inaki Peña, and he's found the net. Has the Brazilian.
One more goal.
And now, this is why it's so important to probably take your penalties first, because if you're in this type of position, this is game point for Spain. It's Frenkie de Jong. Frenkie de Jong. It's Netherlands v Spain in nationalities. And it's goal! And you can see the relief.
Español, español, español. Eu soy español, español, español.
What a war that was between those two. We were treated to a fantastic
match.
Fantastic game. And you can see the relief. It's nice, again, as we said, Alex Alguacil there to back up his Bayern Munich teammate in Jose.
And former opponent.
And former opponent, again.
I remember those classic Spanish.
Sometimes the best opponents make the best of friends. And that is fantastic to see. It's commiserations to Brazil. They have been fantastic through all of the games that we've seen. Commiserations to them. They go out at this stage, but now we know our final 8. We have our 8th participant, and it is Spain.
It's Argentina.
It's Argentina. It's Saudi Arabia. It's Iraq. It's Turkey. You've then got, who else we got? I'm trying to think of. We've got Indonesia to come in the host. Mexico and Serbia.
So we have only 2 Spanish-speaking competition, 3 Spanish-speaking competition, 1 from Spain, 2 from America.
Yeah,
it's in Mexico and Argentina.
We've got Arab nations in the form of Iraq and Saudi Arabia, and of course we've got Europeans in the case, of course, of Serbia and Spain and Turkey. So it's an eclectic mix for the final, which I absolutely love. As we look at the highlights here, so many good things to look at, and there was that opportunity. It's that slice of luck that we said that you needed. That ball looked like it was going wide. It got deflected in by Rafael Varane. And of course, big save that was there. Again, it was deflected. It wasn't too much there. But in terms of game 3, you could see the ball started to move. The ball started to switch. It was that double touch and then brilliant finish again. As soon as you see a manual goalkeeper, just hit it near post and try and get that where. And instead, what we saw here, penalties are, as we said, they're a chance, especially when you're offline.
Yes.
When you're online, you have the guide at home, so you can go, oh well, I can point it with the guide, that big circle, that blue circle you may have seen in previous games. Well, I can just put that wherever I want. But because these guys are playing offline, you can't see that circle, because if you put that circle on, your opponent can see it too.
Exactly.
And that in itself is that little bit of gamesmanship. So of course, it all went to feel, it all went to power, placement, and brilliant penalties that were there from Barcelona. And again, it was this last one, and it was that man again, Frenkie de Jong, that makes you just squeeze it past David De Gea.
So, do you think this was fair. It was justice served.
I think the balance of play and on the balance of what we have seen, I think Spain did enough. They found that mentality that we've spoken about. We've spoken about championship DNA, all of those years of experience, and that's not to say that Fute Fasil is not an experienced player, a very high level player, but again, all of those situations that Jose may have ever been in before in previous competitions, as you said, in competitions where he's played against the likes of Alex Alguacil, where he's played against regional finalists, he's played against Etorito, he's played against the likes of Usmakabil. He's got all of those situations to call upon and go, right, I'll go into the memory bank here and I'll pull that almost that memory card out and I'll go, yep, that's where I need to be.
I think that he suffered a lot in order to win this play-in bracket, because he had to go through a lot, and sometimes that's because he's a little bit too conservative on just making one goal, and from that on his game changes.
Yeah,
and
it's almost like a retreat. It's
that's
like at one point you'll score a goal and then all of a sudden you'll see just start to creep backwards. When in reality, actually, just needs to stay on the front foot. Stay on the front foot. Keep going. We know the abilities of you, Jose. We know, and I'm addressing him almost formally on the camera. We know the abilities of you, Spain. We know the abilities of you, Jose. Keep that flow going. If you have the ascendancy, make it pay. Make those chances count. Because again, as clinical finishers go, it's one of the very best.
Yes, and you know the penalty shootout is for sure one of the more unfair ways to win and lose a tournament. In this case, I think that the coin flip went a little bit on the fair side, and he was the one proposing more on this last bracket, these last 3 matches. So for a small amount of poetic justice, I think he deserves his place on the best 8. So we are almost getting to the end of this day of broadcasting here live from Bali. We are enjoying very much. So from tomorrow on, there is no more second chances.
No, it's win or be out. That's the reality you're in, ladies and gentlemen. If you're one of the 8 nations here, you've got to bring your A game. Your A game is the thing that will get you through. And again, of course, we will be here to tell you guys all about it. We'll be here to tell you everything that is happening. And of course, we will be back in this wonderful stage as we've had here.
And again, you can contact us over Twitter. We were both answering yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll be answering today at
Weather FC is on Twitter.
And at Fierita Catalano, that's me. You can find us. Whatever thing you want to know about this tournament, we will be more than happy to answer. Of course, IESF official is the account for the competition. You may address them as well. So I think we are reaching to the end.
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of we now have our 8. We now have everything we need. And I think actually we do. Actually, I've just heard word. We are going to hear from Jose himself.
Whoa.
We're going to hear from him once more. So it'll be Brenda, over to you.
Finally, we have the winner, and give it up to Spain! But before that, I would like to thank you to our amazing casters. But before we call it a day, I would like to ask some questions for you. How does you feel to be a winner for this loser bracket?
Well, I'm really happy because I think I deserve to be on the top 8 finals. The comeback with the loser bracket was awesome because there were 3 big players, and yeah, even I'm sorry for Brazil, Gigi. He also deserved to be in the grand final, but I think he will come back stronger.
Yeah, I hope so for Brazil also. But tomorrow you are going to do the match for the Big 8, right? Yeah. Okay. Could you please tell me what is the strongest team that you beware of?
We are the 8 best teams, the 8 best countries, but everyone can be the favorites. There are also surprises there, but for me the favorites maybe they are Serbia, Mexico, and Argentina, probably.
Serbia, Mexico, and Argentina. Okay, so once again, congratulations for you. But before that, you are in Bali since what date?
I don't know. There are too much days here, but I think it's just 1 week ago. So there are like 4 or 5 days remaining, and I'm enjoying a lot this amazing country.
I see. So, do you ever try the Balinese food? And what is your favorite food in Bali?
Well, I'm a bit strange for food, but I think the spicy food here it's special, I think.
I see. But have you ever tasted the babi rolling? In Indonesia, we call it babi guling.
To be honest, I don't know what is.
Maybe you should try later. Okay, once again, congratulations. Hope the best for you guys. And you can go back to your place and have a rest. So finally, once again, we have a winner. And congratulations once again for Team Spain. So this is the end, I think, yeah, for today's match in eFootball. But don't worry, because tomorrow we are going to see again for the match of eFootball. But for all of you guys, don't go anywhere, because after this we are going to see the exciting match from Tekken 7. So once again to all of you, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. See you later.